Hello, everybody, and welcome to week 2 of the Rampage League Season 2. We have a bunch of very exciting matches coming up this week, but first of all, how is everybody doing today? I see Leafeon, Cora, Nightmare, Ghost, John, Let's Go. How is everybody doing? Hope we are all doing well on this Sunday, whether it's morning or whether it's whatever time zone you want. Right, so first thing to go over, there's no Mr. Psycho here. So the problem we have is Mike's work schedule alternates days he has off. So he either works 12 hours on Sundays or he has Sundays off. So he had last Sunday off, and right now he's working for 12 hours. So basically, every even-numbered week we're going to have, just going to be you and I hanging out. So that's what's going to be going forward, just so everyone's aware. Kind of is what it is. Are you burnout? Yes, I am burnout. Although you can call me Dr. Baconburger or Sequel Psycho or Brother Psycho. It's whatever. Or Steve. I don't care. Burnout absorbed the host as Dolphin. Who knows? Maybe. Right. Well, we have some things to go over. So, let's check out the standings after week 1, shall we? So here are the judges' decisions from last week. Excalibur beat Monk Eat Banan very close. Or sorry, other way around. Monk Eat Banan won 27-23. That was one of the closer ones. Impact and Geohash was another very close one. Geohash just edging him out by 4 points. And Falcon Punch and Sheriff Secret Police was one of the most one-sided decisions I think we have ever had. Very interesting week for the most part. I don't know how Supernova pulled off the JD. Honestly, I really don't either. And I even judged it. Yes. So, on to the actual standings. So here's what Division 1 and Division 2 look like. Division 1 is currently led by the West Elizabeth Warbears, who had a perfect 13-0 week, with the Pulsars just below at 11 points. Kind of shuffled around in between. The Jigglypuffs, who were expecting to be a little bit better, is kind of in the middle. Division 2, on the other hand, we have a 3-way tie between the Kinetic Creatures, the Pelagic Wanderers, and the Meme Team, all at 8 points. But the rest of the division, not very far behind, with likes of Heavy Metal and Levantine. Except for maybe the Rebels, they're having a bad time. And then, over to Division 3 and 4. Division 3 is currently led by Sinister Creations, who, despite not getting a shutout, is currently leading the division. The Magnums, who did get a shutout, only got 9 points because of a decision, so they're hanging out in second. Unfortunately, this is where Nightvale and No Beanie went to the bottom because of shutouts. Division 4 is led by the Mantines, who got a shutout. So did Powerhouse, but because of the judge's decision, they only got 9 points. Oh, they didn't get the shutout, sorry, but still there. Otherwise, the divisions are looking pretty even for first week and everything. We'll see how it balances out after 4, 5, 6 weeks. Oh yeah, that does say NTC Pride, doesn't it, Razor? That's NYC Pride. Don't mind the typos. It happens. It was late, okay? Right. So before we get into the actual action, I know everyone wants to know, I saw Razor throw in the chat, how was the competition yesterday? So, Mike and I competed at the Windy City Showdown in Chicago yesterday. It was an ant weight and a beetle weight tournament, and we went in with Hit and Run. And, well, let me show you what happened. This is what remains of Hit and Run, which, all things considered, it's actually held together somehow. We ended up facing 2 monstrous vertical spinners, and even though, like, we told them just go all out, tear the thing apart, it's, like, the internals of the thing are almost fine. Like, everything in the center, the motors and everything on it, didn't even get jarred in the slightest. It's literally just damage to, like, the saw blades around here. There's a little bit of an ablation up here. Like, your boy's almost perfectly fine. So even though, obviously, we lost both of our fights, we had an absolute blast being there. Everyone loved the robot. Everyone loved the safety containment box that we had Hit and Run sitting in. It was a lot of fun. And I also say, we didn't win, but the event organizer, Santana, was nice enough to give us a winner's chip just for having fun. It was really cool of him. Couldn't thank him enough. It was an absolute blast being there. "'Tis but a scratch." I mean, Hit and Run was very much the "I didn't hear no bell" meme. Like, one saw blade gets ripped off, who cares, keep going. 2 saw blades, who cares, just keep going. Like, it was really fun. Yeah. I want to say the archived stream is still up on, I believe it's Team Superbad Robotics. You can go back and through and see the live fight from in the box. See how far into the ceiling Hit and Run was thrown. Oh, it was a great time. "Does Hit and Run have eyes?" says Hex. No, it does not. We didn't have time to give it eyes. We just gave it a paint job for the most part. But it's still like kind of in one piece, which is kind of surprising. So anyway, y'all are here to see some robots fight in the Robot Rampage League, so why don't we get to that? But first, a word from our Patreon stream sponsors. So for $10 a month on the Patreon, you can sponsor our streams. It comes out to roughly $250 a stream because we do 4 streams a month, and this is just a way to actually support what we're doing and making it possible for us to be here. So I know we have the likes of like Liam, who's in the chat somewhere, Razor, Leafeon. I know we had, I think, 1 or 2 more people add yesterday. We did not have the time to add them to the list because we were watching Hit and Run die. So thank you all for your support. It is very much appreciated. Is Hit and Run better than prior to TRI2? Not really. Right, so, that out of the way, let us get into the fights. So up first, we're going to have the Tennessean Syndicate taking on the Orlando Commandos. The Mob versus the defending champions. Alright, so, leading off, as always, is Whammy for Team Syndicate. It is a sit-and spinner with kind of a fork-shaped spike setup on each side. Just spins around, whacks you in the face over time. For the Commandos, they have more airtime, which is a piston flipper. But this time the piston is exposed, so it's a little bit more vulnerable. What do we think is going to happen in this match? Seeing whammy, lots of whammy. Mighty Hydra, noting that he has to face both the defending champions and the runners-up back-to-back weeks. I know, it's rough, man. I feel like Whammy has the reach to snipe airtime's wheels. I mean, you're not wrong. So let's find out what will happen. Alright, here we go. Whammy is very quickly up to speed. Airtime kind of missed a flip there, taking shots to the arm of the flipper right now. Ooh, taking some big shots to the side and over to the wheel. Whammy doing a great job of reflecting it off to the side. Oh, and now airtime is inverted. So because of how pistons work in this game, very unfinished game, they kind of lack some of the laws of physics. So even though it doesn't have the full force going forward, it has the force going backwards. So airtime can't really self-right. Slowly making its way over towards the grinder. Whammy doing a great job pushing it there as well. Depending on how this goes, this could be a TKO if airtime gets stuck against the wall, which doesn't look like it is. It's going to be taking a tour of the arena over to the other hazard. I want to see some havoc, says Quora. I don't. Don't jinx that. Oh, there's some hits. Oh, and there goes the whole flipper off of airtime. Whammy just taking it right off. Might be able to get the piston in a second. And now it is stuck on top. Oh, it was very nearly stuck on top of airtime. That could have been dangerous for a second. Still taking some big hits is airtime. Halfway through the match, wondering how Whammy's going to end this. Oh, and airtime was somehow able to get back up. Oh, and there's a control board shot and a wheel now. It's only a matter of time. Though because of how airtime's moving, it's going to be kind of hard for Whammy to get in there and actually get those hits with how the Smart Zone is AI'd. Got a good shot now. Nope. Still a little too far. Under a minute left. So we should note, in the Robot Rampage League, a KO where you get control board hits is 3 points. A TKO where there is a 10-second countdown where the robot is immobile is 2 points. Going over the arena for a ring out is also 2 points. And a judge's decision, where we might be going in this match, is only 1 point. And those will be decided off-stream because we don't have live judging, because we're not going to ask judges to sit around for a 5-hour stream. 25 seconds left. Airtime's already taken 1 control board hit. Maybe just needs to get in there and actually hit it again. And RA2, does it take into account the distribution of weight inside the chassis, says Hex. I believe it does. Not the easiest. Well now, that is a judge's decision. Whammy just could not get the job done. Oh, that's the wrong area. So we will have the results of that fight after the stream. Very underwhelming for Whammy not to take care of it. SNS can be dumb sometimes, says John. Yeah, it really can. It's unfortunate. Speaking of SNS, we move on to the middleweights. So, the Syndicate bring in Exceptionally Gifted. It is a 4-wheel drive rammer with a bunch of axe heads and spike strips out the front. It does not have the high-powered motor, so it is not the most yeeting of rammers, but does yeet quite well. Orlando comes in with Barbecue, which is a sit-and spinner, very well armored. Wheels are rather enclosed. It can do a lot of damage, as we also saw last season. Coming off of a rough loss after taking on the Pulsars last week, though. So, what do we think is going to happen here? Come on, kill me, I'm here! Yeah, that's Airtime's motto, to be honest. Airtime is stock Flipper AI. I don't remember which AI it actually has. It might be Flipper 2. Chat is kind of split, actually, kind of between Q or Exceptionally Gifted. That's rather interesting. Well, let's find out what happens, shall we? Boop. Alright, they've made contact. Exceptionally Gifted did not go for quite the box rush. It's kind of going for a more patient style, trying to get Q stopped, so maybe it could push it towards a grinder or something. Kind of exchanging blows at the moment, although they're kind of locked up now with the spikes up against the spike strips like that. That could affect Exceptionally Gifted's control later on in the fight. We will see. Oh, and now it's got Q over towards the grinder. Didn't quite get it into the grinder. That was close. Now Exceptionally Gifted is in the grinder. That could be very dangerous for the wheels there. There's now a spike strip that has come off of the right side of Exceptionally Gifted. And now a spike has come off of Q. Very even numbered of weaponry right here. Going back and forth. Ooh, that I think was a chassis shot right there. Part of the axe heads have come off of Exceptionally Gifted. Q is definitely doing damage to that front assembly. There's some of the middle ones now coming out. Q still seems to be running at full power. Oh, and now it's got a wheel. So now Exceptionally Gifted is going to have a hard time actually running straight for a ram now, which is going to be to Barbecue's advantage. Still taking off more of the front spikes. Q is starting to lose a couple more of its spikes as well. Very back and forth matchup. We are now halfway through. Oh wow, Q's lost almost all of its iron spikes. Now it's just going to be the Rampage soon. There you go. Very defensive matchup between these two. There's only one Rampage left on Q. This might actually be going Exceptionally Gifted's favor because it's still getting in there with aggression. It's taken off plenty. It's done plenty of damage to Q, taking off its weaponry. This goes to distance. We're only under. We have only a minute left. We could definitely swing the judge's favor. Neither robot's taken a whole lot of chassis damage as of yet. Another axe has come off of the gifted one. This is getting very close. Very even match. Exceptionally Gifted is now down to just 2 of the center axes, but Q only has a ram plate, and we are 20 seconds left. This is getting very close. Oh, and there goes the last ram plate. So Q is now weaponless up against a still functioning Whammy. This, if Whammy can actually, or not Whammy, if Exceptionally Gifted can get in there, it could probably do some damage now. Now Barbecue is absolutely throwing itself around, as Wheel Physics does. But that is a judge's decision. 2 in a row. That is very surprising, actually. A lot of damage done. Wow, over 12,000 for Exceptionally Gifted. That might be one of the most damaging fights we've had. At least in the middleweights. They're very impressive. Wow, I'm really happy with that. Yeah, I mean, not a whole lot of robots can survive Q or Barbecue for that matter, and Exceptionally Gifted went the distance with relatively little chassis damage. That was very impressive. Yeah, that's actually really close contact. Yeah, that's going to be really tough for the judges to call, I think. So, we are now on to the heavyweights, and we have a bit of a mirror match, a bit of a Spider-Man pointing at himself meme here. The Syndicate come in with Relentless Heartbird. It is a dual vertical spinner. 4-wheel drive, has kind of forky wedges in the front. Pretty good ground game, but a whole lot of exposed chassis and everything with the wheels. The Commandos come in with Hot Mess, which, like its namesake, is a bit of a hot mess. It has kind of a full-body spinning drum on each side with kind of razor-tip spikes. Also has a bit of a ground game, but very exposed extenders and chassis work everywhere else. What are we thinking here? This is going to be another very close one, I think. This whole match is going to be very close. Seeing quite a bit for Relentless Heartburn. This is probably the strangest Spider-Man pointing memes out there, says Cora. I mean, you're not wrong. No points given yet. Yeah, there's been no points so far, so anything besides a decision here is going to be huge to swing this match. It's almost going to lock the match up, depending on how those decisions go. People generally seem to be going for Heartburn, so let's find out what happens, shall we? Here we go. Relentless Heartburn. They seem to be kind of dueling at the moment with Heartburn getting pushed to the corner, but it seems to be doing much more chassis damage to Hot Mess. Those iron spikes are going right in between where the drums are. Oh, there's already chassis hits. Wow. That was a 16-second knockout. Okay, I did not know Relentless Heartburn was going to be able to fit right in between those drums. That was very impressive, actually. The Syndicate is not messing around now. After losing their chance at potentially 6 other points in other matches, they're coming out for blood now. The Mafia's on them. Efficient murder. Yes, that was a very efficient murder. Hard counter if RRL had one, says Snowing Steak. I mean, yeah, it honestly kind of does. It's kind of like when Huge fights some vertical spinners that have reach. They just go straight into the chassis, yeah. Now we are on to the super heavyweights. We have another mirror match, if I do say so myself. So the Syndicate has one father, which is a rotator-esque dual horizontal spinner. The front part is on top, the back part is on bottom, and has lots of defensive features on each side. The Commandos come in with King Drillosaurus. It is a triple horizontal spinner on top with kind of a wedge ram plate assembly, but it has very exposed motors for the drive. What are we thinking here? I think this is going to be similar to the match between Barbecue and Exceptionally Gifted. Another kind of stalemate match. At this rate, Tennessee is effectively up 5-0 or 4-1. Yeah, it basically is. Like, anything other than a decision in that heavyweight match was going to decide it pretty much. Orlando is going to need at least a KO here pretty much in order to have a shot, even with the decisions. So I'm fairly confident Whammy's probably going to get the point for the first one. But the middleweight match is a total toss-up. We have no idea. So has anyone else got as big of a name as you on Patreon, says 44? Nope. You have a mile-long username, my friend. Good to see you, though. Seems to be a lot of people going for King Drillosaurus in this fight. So let's see if Orlando can claw back some points here. Maybe get a tie. Who knows? Drillosaurus goes right under one father, immediately going at the underside of the chassis. Ground game being very effective here against the horizontal spinner. Both weapons kind of grinding away at each other. And now they might be stuck, or this could be a pin. I do not hear a count yet, but nope, one father is able to move, so this is not quite a pin, but Drillosaurus is staying on top of things. Even though it took some shots to the wheels there. One father's going to need to go over there so it can try to get possibly a Teka. Although now it's been propped up on its side, up against the wall. Although Drillosaurus has decided to go. Oh, there goes a wheel and a bunch of work coming off of the front spinner of one father. And now it is parked up against the wall. I don't believe one father is able to move from this position. Drillosaurus backs off. Oh, it might be able to get some traction and get off. It's only got a couple seconds to do it. It did not. And that is a TKO victory for the Orlando Commandos in 66 seconds. So Orlando was able to claw back some points in this match, but with two impending decisions, I don't know if that's going to go well for them. So all we know right now is that the Syndicate is up 3-2. With two impending decisions, honestly, that could genuinely swing it either way for them. Who knows? Right. So we are now on to our second match of the stream. It is going to be everybody's favorite, the meme team. With all of the memes, they will be taking on the Halifax Supernovas, which is one of my teams. I was going to go over the wall there, says Hex. Yeah, honestly, if Drillosaurus was able to get a good ram in there, one father might have been able to go all the way over. Who knows? Right, so the meme team has brought in the lightweights their own meme. It is Demagnetized Internet. It is a two-wheel drive rammer that has kind of a pickaxe style weapon on the front. It's four of them. Not invertible, which could be its downfall because the Supernovas come in with Tycho, which is a front hinge flipper. Singular spike strip in the middle, but it is presumably one of the better wedges in here. We don't know entirely because it got its ass kicked by Network last week. So we will see what happens here. A lot of people going for Tycho right now. I mean, it's up against a non-invertible robot, but demagnetized internet is huge. I don't know if it'll actually be able to get flipped over or not. Let's see what happens. Demagnetized internet goes straight up the wedge on Tycho, immediately gets a hit. And another one there, but it is still running around. It still seems to have the speed advantage over Tycho, but now it's up against the wall. Oh, now it's to the side of Tycho. And it could be doing some serious damage to the wedge and to the wheel there. Tycho cannot turn to get away from it. This could turn into another very slow microwave fight, which doomed Tycho in its last fight against Network. Oh boy, how the tables have turned. Although now it is under the front of it. And Physics has decided to have a fit. Very nice. My favorite. So that, they restart. Thank you, Havoc. Thank you, Havoc Physics Engine, for what you do for us all. Oh, this time Demagnetized Internet goes all the way over Tycho. Does almost a full 360 in the air, but now it is pinned up against the wall. And Tycho is just wailing on it right now. Going right in between where the pickaxe heads are. Backs off to break the pin. And the internet is able to move. Ooh, another big hit there. And now Demagnetized Internet is upside down. Now being pushed into the grinder. Tycho not messing around here. Not letting that physics glitch affect his performance here, huh? Tycho has moved, and Demagnetized Internet is getting counted out. And that is a 50-second TKO victory for Tycho. Very interesting. There's a very quick 2 points to the Supernovas. What is Jim doing with the internet, says Razor. Yeah, that was, I believe that was the message under Demagnetized Internet. I mean, Jim Dramatic's an interesting character. He can do whatever he wants with the internet. Right, on to the middleweights now. The meme team has brought On Your Own, which is named after Yaron Leverloo of the Petunia team and the Reality team and the Toughest Nails team. He's on a lot of teams from Classic Robot Wars and such. It is an undercutter with kind of defensive features in the front. Might be able to do some damage, we'll see. The Supernovas have brought in Kepler, which is a side hinge flipper, but instead of kind of flipping one side, it has kind of intermeshing forks that go outwards like this. Very nice pontoon wedge to get stuff up there as well. What does chat think will happen here? God damn it, Steve. A lot of people seem to be going for Kepler in this one. I mean, it does have the wedge advantage here, but there's a decent chance On Your Own could stop it from going up there with the undercutter. We don't know. Let us find out. On Your Own was able to deflect the spinner the first time, but now Kepler's underneath it and is throwing it around over into the grinder. Now inverted On Your Own, which is invertible, but the undercutter is now nowhere near able to hit Kepler's chassis. Kepler's just swinging wildly. It's got one of the wheels off of On Your Own now. Got control board hits, and the disc is off. And that is it. What is that? 26-second KO. Kepler not messing around this week. Making short work of opponents here. Had a very quick ring out last week against Siege. Very quick. So that was very quickly 5 points to the Supernovas. Meme team is not quite shut out yet. Well, that was a mutilation, says the robotic apple. Well, yeah, Kepler can kind of do that sometimes. Probably going to be one of the higher point scorers on the Supernovas this season with its weapon, but can be beaten by some very simple things sometimes. Well, you never know. Ah, that's right. It's time for our first multi-bot appearance of the stream. Right. On to the heavyweights. So the meme team brings in the multi-bot cluster 4-pound 90. 4-pound on the left is the green vertical spinner, has 2 razor tips on there. Kind of fairly effective weapon for the weight. And 90 is the side axe, has 2 fire axes that come in on the side. Interesting to see how the multi-bots will do, hopefully not doing friendly fire, we don't know. The Supernovas come in with Progenitor. It is a rear hinge flipper with 4 flipping segments that just go straight up. It's what we like to call a pure flipper because there are no damaging components on the weapon, so it just purely flips stuff in the air. More of a control bot, or maybe going for ring outs, who knows. How are we thinking this one looks? Pop-ups usually make short work of their opponents. Yeah, they usually do. That's honestly what Kepler is. Probably the most massive multi-bots in the entire world. Yeah, their 4-pound 90 are not small at all. I'll take a pence off a $5. Alright, I see how it is, Cora. Quite a few going for Progenitor. Don't choke this one. Yes, Progenitor had a very embarrassing loss to another multi-bot last week where it completely threw away a win, so let's see what happens here. Progenitor has decided to go after 90 first, immediately gets a huge toss on it, but it's getting beat up in the back immediately by 4-pound, which has already taken off the left side wheel guard. And now it's trapped between the wall, and 4-pound's gotten one of the wheels off. That's going to be huge for the rest of this fight, because now Progenitor's like completely motionless for them. Just going to be crab walking this whole fight. Still going and flipping 90 around, making it a lot easier being just half the weight. Can really throw those multi-bots around. 4-pound is stuck upside down right now, making its way towards the grinder. Although 90's doing quite a bit of damage to the front of Progenitor. There's a count out right now. I do not know who it's for. It depends on who it is. I believe Progenitor is stuck and getting counted out at the moment, which in that case it will be a pin, and we'll have to get started again. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Ah, it was 90 and Progenitor that also got a pin. Well, unlucky. So when pins happen like that, we restart it because they were obviously just stuck and not able to move at all. Progenitor going after 90 again, but this time, that was physics. God damn it, physics. Alright, so that's now 2 restarts. For some reason, 4-pound was just immediately causing a physics bomb when it hit the rear work of Progenitor there. Progenitor still going after 90. Big flip on it again. Almost got it over the ring, but is now focusing on 4-pound. Bouncing it off the higher wall. There was a bit of a glitch there, but we're going to let that one go. It didn't affect a whole lot. Progenitor's now focusing on 90 as 4-pound is stuck upside down yet again. Although it has its flipping segments mistimed, so it's now just climbing on top of the smaller robot. I have to be careful not to flip over here. Now it's caught on the wall, and another physics glitch. That flipped Progenitor over, so I'm going to say that affected the outcome of the fight, because otherwise it would have just gotten down like normal. That is yet another physics issue. I don't know why Progenitor's wheel guards are causing this. I've never seen this happen before with this robot. So that is now our 3rd restart. We cap all of them at 5 restarts, and if there are any more restarts after that, we will take it off stream because we have too many fights to go through to just keep restarting stuff. More of the same here, although Progenitor is now more focused on 4-pound, although now it's stuck on top of 90, and 4-pound is now underneath it, digging away at the underside. Mistiming those slipper segments completely exposed the bottom of the robot. Not looking too good for the bigger robot here. She's getting eaten away by these tiny mini-bots. Yes, the most physicky thing in RA2, an extender. Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen Progenitor's wheel guards have a problem getting taken off before. I don't know what's going on with that. It might just be the way the spikes are digging into it or something. Or it could be because it's around the wheels. I don't know. So now, 4-Pound has taken off one of 90's side axes, which is extremely bad for the mini-bots. But now is taking off the left side wheel guard Progenitor and is now has it pinned on top of the face of 90. We now have a robot hat. I just noticed. Where's Mike? Mike's taking a shit in the woods or something. I don't know. He's out. Oh, and Progenitor's thrown the vertical spinner 4-Pound straight over the wall, so now it's a one-on-one. This is really good for the bigger robot. Halfway through now, it's still taking some damage, but it can seriously dominate the fight now that it's just one robot. It was not flipping at the moment. It's now backed away. Now it's going in there. Really throwing the multi-bot around. Hey, Mike, you look different. Well, it happens. Progenitor is still having a hard time getting down and actually going around on 90. Under a minute left now. 90 is now pinned to the wall. I don't know if Progenitor's wheels are actually in contact right now. I don't think they are. I hear a count going. This will be a pin if they don't get free. They do get free, thank God. Don't have to restart this again, hopefully. So crucially here, if this does go to the judges, which it looks like it might in the next 20 seconds, Progenitor will only be able to get 1 point out of this. You would have to ring out or KO both robots in order to get the full points. So unless something astronomical happens here, this is going to go to the judges. Another TKO count, and it was broken. Only 6 seconds left for a ring out here. But it looks like this one is going to go to the judges. That is our third judges decision in 2 matches. That is rather bizarre. Judges are going to have a very busy week ahead of them. Right. Halifax secures the match. Yes, that is Halifax's match to win now. Because the meme team needed at least 2 points there to stay in the match, and they did not get it. Very unfortunate. Oh, and the game has decided to crash. Very kind. So, once again, thank you, stream sponsors, for also sponsoring our crash page and everything. It is your support is very much appreciated here. Literally helping us do what it is that we do. Interesting that we've had the first crash of the stream happen in the second match 2 weeks in a row. Does not bode well. A lot of havoc glitches, a lot of flips, a lot of parts. That's been the whole stream so far. Come on now. Alright, now we are on to the super heavyweights. So the meme team bring in Monk Eat Banan, which is a 4-wheel drive rear hinge flipper, has 4 spike strips straight up like this, has wheel guards on the side, and it is a monkey. The Supernovas have a Vent Horizon, which is a piston flipper, has 5 pistons in the center of the robot that shoot spikes straight up, has big, long fork wedgelets, and 4-wheel drive. What are we thinking here? This seems kind of like a even match here. Is that Pepsi? Ask Hex. No, this is a mysterious purple liquid. It is very purple. It tastes like purple, too. Event Horizon, Event Horizon. Seems to mostly be for Event Horizons, this chat, but you never know with how flippers do. Flipper matches are always a toss-up, you know? A lot of parts on the floor. It's alright. Everyone forgets how words do. I especially do when we're on stream. Let's see how this match ends. Halifax has secured the match, but they could definitely get some more points here on the Meme team. We're actually one of the teams tied for the lead in their division. Bit of a stalemate at the moment, but Event Horizon is winning the pushing game for sure, just shoving Monkey into the wall. Now it's just spamming the flippers on the front. That could be doing damage because those are iron spikes on the front. Jeez. Going absolutely apeshit. Literally. Oh, and a big toss for it. And it has thrown the Monkey out of the arena. That is the first UDA by a piston flipper in the Robot Rampage League. I did not catch how long that took. That was awesome. 24 seconds. Absolutely decisive win from Event Horizon there. So the Supernovas, to our knowledge, have 7 points with a possible 8th thrown in there. The Meme team, sorry, not Monkey. The Meme team currently has none. Could be a shutout. Who knows? Piston UDA has been achieved, says Mayfly. Yes. Airtime would be proud. I don't know. Is it possible for Airtime to be proud of things? I don't know. We'll see. Right, we are now on to our third match of the stream. It will be the currently undefeated West Elizabeth Warbears. Scored a perfect week last week, all KOs, and they will be taking on second place Robotics. One team coming out of the Warbears coming out of the Red Dead Redemption world of West Elizabeth, and second place coming out of Zionsville, Indiana. Cora, Airtime is a champion, has nothing left to prove, well, aside from being deadweight. I mean, the only piston flipper we had before this year is a champion, so you can't really make fun of Airtime that way. Is that a cycle, says Zester? That might be, actually. If the Supernovas win the judge decision, that would be actually a cycle victory for them. That'd actually be very impressive. And I dropped everything. God damn it. Why do you do the things that you do? Alright, well, the West Elizabeth Warbears come in with Ursa Minor. It is a horizontal spinner, asymmetric, has a spike on one side with a sledgehammer counterweight on the other. No wedge on this one, though. And second place comes in with Unknown X. It is a very wedgy kind of crusher-style weapon, that just a spike that just bites down really hard. It'll be interesting to see how the matchup goes here, because this is probably the worst kind of matchup for Ursa Minor in terms of like geometry to hit something. But Unknown X has a lot of exposed chassis. Who knows? Airtime's the people's champion since Robotic Apple. I mean, so is Smashy to a degree. Who knows? Chat seems kind of split. Decapitation incoming. Who knows? Biting onto a spinner could end in a number of ways, says Steve-O. Hey, I'm a Steve too. Nice. Yeah, who knows? Let's see if Unknown X is able to keep its head. Ursa Minor immediately up to speed. Oh, big impact there, and Ursa Minor has now been flipped over from hitting the wedge. It is now able to self-right, but Unknown X is giving it no space except for now it has lost its head. So now Unknown X is just a wedge. Can definitely control Ursa Minor with its lack of a wedge, but it's going to take a lot of damage here. Like that hit. That was a huge hit on the side. Ursa Minor's weapon is no joke. Very reminiscent of Firestarter from last year. Unknown Access into Flipper, says Rook. No, it's a bitey boy. Ursa Miner's now flipped over and flailing around to try to get up. This is actually very beneficial for Unknown X to just kind of leave it there. Run out the clock and see if you can get a judge's decision and minimize the points that the Warbears can get here, because they have yet to do anything other than KO their opponents. Oh, control board hits now on Unknown X. A second one, but Ursa Miner is flipped over yet again. Almost halfway through the fight now. If Unknown X is able to pull this one out and get to a decision, that would be huge for second place. Oh, and the spike has come off of Ursa Miner. It came off on the grinder there, so now Ursa Miner is going to be massively unbalanced. It still has the sledgehammer counterweight, but it's going to be really hard to hit Unknown X the rest of this fight. Just has the extender, really. If it's able to get one last hit, it'll win in a KO, but Unknown X is doing a great job of wedging it around and flipping it over. Unknown X has to be really careful to not throw this fight away, just kind of leave Ursa Miner be once it's flipped over. Ursa Miner is way unbalanced without that spike on the end. Wow. Under a minute left. This would be incredible to see Unknown X pull this out. We've seen other robots do this before, just on control board heads be able to eke out a decision just to limit the points for their opponent. And now it's got pinned to the wall. This is insane for Unknown X to be able to last this long against such a destructive robot. Yeah, and Ursa Miner is completely uncontrollable. Keeps flipping itself over and everything. 20 seconds left. Can Unknown X survive? Not take a hit from that sledgehammer, hopefully. We got very close to hit there. 10 seconds left. And it looks like this fight will be going to the judges. Wow, 4 judges decisions already. That's insane. We will see how that one goes, because obviously Ursa Miner did most of the damage in that fight, almost KO'd Unknown X, of course, but wasn't very controlled for most of that fight. Unknown X did a great job pushing it around and pinning it. It'd be interesting to see how everyone rates that. That's going to be huge against the Warbears, too, because they only have a 2-point lead over the Pulsars, and if the Pulsars can potentially shut out who they're facing today, we don't know. Aha, yes, right. We are on to the middleweights. The Warbears come in with Grismo, which is a 4-wheel drive, high-powered rammer. It only knows how to yeet itself around. That's about all it does. Second place on the other side has Yeetus, which has 4 flipping forks in the center on spike strips, and it's a wedge. This looks like a textbook sludgefest in the making. What does everybody think here? Sludgefesting? Nobody making predictions, just all for sludgefesting. I mean, I guess sludgefest is a prediction, but we'll see. Because Grismo is a bit of a rebuild and rebranding of Gizmo from Hive Academy last season, and that one didn't throw itself out quite as much as Sludge did. It was a little bit more controlled, so let's find out what happened, shall we? This could be a very quick Uda. Or it could be something else, who knows? You never know what you're going to see here. Oh, Grismo did not go out on the first hit. It was able to land it, and is now stuck on top of Yeetus. Now Grismo just throwing itself up against the wall. Yeetus has it up against the grinder now. That could do damage long term, although Grismo has escaped, and Yeetus has thrown it over the wall for a ring out. That was not quite a sludge fest because it was not 4 seconds. It was 17 seconds. But it's still a very nice 2 points nonetheless. took longer than 4 seconds. The bear has escaped. Yes, the bear has escaped. It's like hit and run. It's a wild animal. Be warned. Do not let it out. Right, so that is 2 points to second place Robotic, which is actually huge in this match right now because of that decision. Could be big for the Warbears. They have to get back in this match for sure. Assisted Sledge Fest, says Trent. I mean, kind of. That was partially Gizmo's drive power there, but Yeetus definitely has the power to yeet stuff out of the arena, so we'll just call it a clean ring out for the most part. Right. Heavyweight time. The Warbears come in with Warbear, its namesake. It is a dual side axe robot. On one side, it has kind of a bear paw almost. On the other side, it has a big sledgehammer. Kind of has some sharp spike strip forks on there to kind of do a little bit of damage while wedging with stuff, which will be very necessary for something like Rumblebee, which second place has. It is a dual front hinge flipper that goes forward. Lots of ram plates on the side, kind of has wheel guards and everything. It could be... This could actually be a pretty even match depending on what happens here. Lots of people going for Warbear. I mean, it's going to take a little bit for Rumblebee to get it up its wedge if it does. And Warbear more than has the power to just clamp right down on the sides of it. But Rumblebee also does have wheel guards, which is not shown in the photo here. So let us see what Warbears are going to pull this back. I mean, it's possible. They have KO machines. They got all KOs last week, so they could very easily shut them out here. Right, they have met in the middle and are at a perfect stalemate with those spike strip wedgelets. Fantastic. This is like every BattleBots fight over the last like 5 years. Nothing but wedge locks. Alright, break the pin. See what happens the second time they meet up. Oh, Rumblebee was kind of able to go over the side of it. Although they're now kind of caught. It's not, the spike strip's not quite underneath Warbear enough to actually slide underneath it yet. Just realized Rumblebee's picture's outdated. It has an old rear spinner, says Code Silver. Yeah, we can probably find a way to update that at some point. Sorry about that. Code Silver in the chat being the owner of second place, by the way. Right, so this is what we call a microwave fight. The pains of Robot Arena 2 AI. Right, well, I'll take this time. I will ask you question, chat. What did we all think of this past season of BattleBots, minus Bounty Hunters, which hasn't come out yet? What did we think of it? Was it good? Was it bad? Mixed feelings. What do you think? So I thought the actual fights were pretty good for the most part, but the actual kind of production and obviously the controversy that everyone knows about was a little annoying. Like, from a production standpoint, it kind of sucked. But it really wasn't even on the venues. Like, they ran out of time to film stuff, and that's why a lot of robots didn't get their third fight and everything. Like, there's not a whole lot you can do about that when you don't have enough filming dates. I really think something that would benefit BattleBots in the future is just having extra film dates, because they're trying to cram in a full season with a ton of robots and whatever Bounty Hunters is and whatever the thing with the Golden Bolt is. Like, I think they need more time to film stuff. It would make more sense. Come on, Discovery, give it to them, please! It was good fight-wise, but there was some definite bias towards Hydra versus Blip. Yeah, I mean, BattleBots as a production has to hype up some robots to a degree. And, like, Hydra's a really good example because Jake's just a perfect villain for the show. I do agree that, like, there was quite a bit of bias, but, like, Hydra was a good robot and puts on some good fights at times, so I think it's somewhat warranted, I guess. Problem is that film dates is the most expensive thing BattleBots can do. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Final was disappointing as hell, I know. RIP. It was a good season for the most part, so. Rules still need to be looked at. I mean, BattleBots rules need to be looked at all the time. You constantly got to do something about the rules to make them better. Maybe I'm just a salty Whiplash fan. I mean, yeah, I've been there, man. Alright, so that is a decision. We missed nothing in that fight. Oh boy, that was painful to watch. I say that as if I actually watched it. I don't think they broke from the microwave a single time while we were talking. I'm sorry to whoever has to judge that fight later. How do you even judge this? I don't know. I mean, I guess I kind of do because I did it last season, but... See, this is the problem with doing, like, robot combat virtually with AI, is, like, sometimes you get really fun fights, and other times you get whatever the hell that was. Right, on to the super heavies now. Get whatever that was out of here. Well, importantly, I should say, since it's currently 2-0 because we don't have the judges' results, the Warbears really need at least a TKO to even the match here. Even though, like, they might get the lightweight one. I have no idea how you're even going to rule that one in the heavyweights, but... The judges give both teams 0 points. I mean, if we could make 2 robots lose, it would be this fight, 100%. Alright, well, we are now on to the super heavies. The Warbears come in with everyone's favorite Smashy McSmashface 2, the sequel, like me. It has 5 overhead swinging arms, 3 of them are sledgehammers, 2 of them are picks, and has a bit more defensive features and groundwork this time. Second place comes in with Supernova, which is a bit of a ripoff of Supernova from Robot Wars. It is a big undercutting spinner with axe blades on the end, lots of defensive features on the sides. What are we thinking here? This is going to be interesting. Okay, I'd say it's pretty obvious that Smashy has the ground game here, but Supernova is just going to carve up the front of it with its weapon, and it has enough defensive features, I think, in the front, even on the top, to try to ward off Smashy for a little bit, so that'll be interesting. Hi, Mike 2.0, says Caleb. Hey, what's going on, Caleb? I love your artwork. Yes, I am Mike 2.0. I am the sequel psycho, as we put it. Mike's off, I don't know, biking to New Zealand or something. We'll find out from him in like 5 days. I vote for Havoc Glitch, says Bammy. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Kind of split. Kmart Supernova? I mean, I prefer Tesco Supernova, to be honest. Let's find out what happened. Let's see how this match ends, too. Because second place is looking pretty good with those impending decisions right now. Oh, bit of a physics glitch there, but they kind of reset. I think that'll be good. Smashy's going right in, just tearing the front of Supernova apart. Absolutely taking off all the front work, although now Supernova's under it. Could move it around a little bit. No, doesn't quite have the drive power. Smashy is just smelt. Ah, that is physics. I mean, well, hang on. I need to rewatch that. So, I'm going to need your opinion on this one, chat. The hit that killed Supernova was where the physics glitch occurred. Is that okay? Because I was going to say, like, it affected the outcome of the fight that it got thrown away, but it was already KO'd by that point, so, like, does that really matter? Yeah, like, it was dead before this attack. Like, is that it? I don't know. I'm gonna rewatch it and check really quick. Yeah, Smashy got all 3 of the KO hits on the same one, so, like, that might be good. I'd say that's okay. It looked like it was before physics. It's fine, it's fine. And then it crashes Orc. Alright. I'm thinking if chat is cool with the decision, we're going to call that an official KO for Smashy. Give me just a second to get the time on it. That was a very fast KO for the Warbears, too. So with that KO, that was what, 19 seconds in, that gives the Warbears at least 3 points. That's at least 3-2 right now. Here. These numbers. Very interesting end of this match. We have yet to have a match without a single judge's decision. That's kind of painful, honestly. That should be fine. That should be okay. Honestly, if you replay the match, you probably get the same result. I mean, you're not wrong, Bomby, but like, if something can happen in the RRL, it will happen. Like, we've seen robots get completely destroyed in a fight that gets nulled by physics, and then they just come back and win the next fight. So, as much as I agree with you, it's better to go for a conclusive decision, I think. So that is the conclusion of our third match. So now, we are on to the Robot Rebels. They will be taking on the Pelagic Wanderers. So, the Robot Rebel Ranch comes in with Overclock in the lightweights. It is a piston poker, has 5 iron spikes on the front of a piston that just shoots forward, has pretty good reach, but lots of exposed wheels and chassis on the side. Whereas the Wanderers come in with Carcinized, which is a crab-themed side axe. On one side, it kind of has a sword, and the other, it has a spike strip with a little bit of defensive work in the front. What are we thinking here? This could be pretty close, actually. Because Overclock will have the reach to probably get to Carcinized chassis, but it has lots of exposed sides for Carcinized to just cave in, so... Interesting. Seen a bit of Overclock, seen a bit of Carcinized. Doing the fight after the stream is the RL version of taking it outside. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, I guess. Go crap this time. Seems people are going for Overclock. I mean, I think honestly it's going to depend on how quickly Overclock can get to its chassis, because if its weapon breaks off, it's just done. So, let's see what happens. It does have the reach. It's pushing Carcinized away pretty well, although Carcinized is definitely getting hits on the weapon assembly. It's already taken 2 of the spikes off of it. I don't know what kind of chassis damage Carcinized is taking. Oh, it's taken the entire spike assembly off of Overclock. Okay. This is what I feared would happen. So now Overclock is just a box. Carcinized doesn't quite have the reach to get to its wheels, but it's still caving in the front of Overclock. Control board hits now, and that is a KO, I think, with the picks in the front. That's really funny. 32-second KO for the Crab. That was pretty textbook. Oh, 1774, almost a good year. Called it. Alright. That's a very quick 3 points to the Pelagic Wanderers. Robot Rebels not having a great time. They're now 0-5 on all their fights. Unfortunate. It could be more of the same with what Pelagic's pulling up here in the middleweights. Overclock, who went 4th overall in the lightweights, I think is our first Season 1 victim of Darwinism. Maybe. Who knows? Beware the side axes. Yes, side axes are very terrifying. Alright, so, in the middleweights, the Robot Rebels have Woodrow Kilson, which is a hammer saw. It is 2 saw blades on a vertical articulating arm. It is named after the Jevin Woodrow of the World of Woodrow channel and podcast because he despises the term hammer saw. So now there's a hammer saw named after him. The Wanderers come in with Breach, which is a triple rear hinge flipper. 2 of them are the panel wedges that don't do damage. 1 of them is a spike strip in the center to do damage. Can really throw stuff around depending on what it is. We'll see how it goes. Seem to be quite a people going for a Breach at the moment. We'll see how that goes for them. Angry Jevin noises in the background. I need to bother him on our group chat. Be like, hey, yo, man, can you self-right? We need to know. Does Woodrow Kilson have any real ground game? It has 2 spike strip forks in the front, but when the saw is articulating back and forth, it kind of pops it up a little bit. So it might have a rough time here. We'll see. Right. Let's get it going. A lot of people seem to be going for Breach in this one, and I do not blame them. Breach goes right in and immediately flips Kilson right over. Got it over to the wall now and just throwing it around. And Woodrow is now stuck upside down. Although now, with the front on, it might be able to get back up. Although it's propped up on the wall. A little bit of damage done to the top of Breach there. Now it's down and underneath Breach, and it's wailing away at the top of it. The damage can pile up really quickly here. Breach has to be very careful, and it's now flipped Woodrow over as a result. Very, very close. What a way to start a fight. Looks like one of the saw blade motors is smoking on Woodrow, but it is still bringing it down on top of Breach. It has now almost brought Woodrow over to the grinder. Now it's kind of to the side of one of the forks. It's under it again. Still flipping it around. I don't know if Breach is going to have the power to throw it over now because of how much damage the snapper motors have taken. It's taken one of the forks off of Woodrow and now has it upside down. And is now caught on the rear stabilizer. There's a count going right now. I'm going to rule this as not a pin because Woodrow is not able to self-right from behind. It cannot get back up from there, so that will be a clean TKO loss. I believe that was 77 seconds. I was actually reasonably close for a while there. Breach was really moving Woodrow around, but it was taking some damage as a result. Could have been very close. 2 points? 2 points. The Rebels are still winless on the young season. Feels cheesy but okay, says Zester. I mean, yeah, it's kind of lame how it's stuck upside down, but like, there wasn't any way for Woodrow to get back up from there, so like that was just a clean win. Who's that coughing in the background? That is a very sick Mrs. Psycho. She's not having a great time. It's not COVID. If it was COVID, I would not be here. No, she's hanging tight, luckily. All right, on to the heavyweights, and what an interesting heavyweight matchup we have. So the Rebels come in with Jaws of Death. It is a dual side axe robot, kind of similar to Warbear from earlier, except this time it's just spiked maces and spikes. Has a bit of a ground game with a hinged wedge and ramp plate in the front for some defense. The Wanderers come in with Twin Gyre. It is a dual angled spinner, both horizontal and vertical as we classify it, because it's more than 25 degrees. It's angled kind of like this, so it kind of grinds on the face of the robots. Very interesting design. There's a lot of get well soon. Get well soon, Mrs. Psycho. Please. Don't get Mike sick again. Or do, actually. That'd be really funny. I feel like Twin Gyre's weapon motors are going to get absolutely wrecked. With how wide the radius of Twin Gyre's weapons are, it might be able to just cleave Jaws' weapon off, and because of how it's angled, it's not going to be able to get a clean shot around the spinner. It has to go through it first. So, we'll see what happens. There's still a reasonable chance that Jaws could just take everything off. I don't know. Chat seems kind of split. Zester's very much looking forward to her Twin Gyre winning this match, so let us see what happens. Jaws goes right in and under Twin Gyre, immediately wears it as a hat. I've heard of car hats on Fail Race. I didn't know we had robot hats here on the Mr. Psycho channel. Jaws is taking quite a bit of damage to the front from those spinners already. Going right in underneath it again. And Jaws is doing an alright job kind of getting under it, but... Oh, it's getting to the side of it now. Might be able to get a wheel if it stays there, but no. Damage is definitely going to start racking up for Twin Gyre. Oh no! Jaws caught a wheel! That's going to be huge for Jaws right now, even though it's lost one of its spiked clubs. If it's able to control the movement here of Twin Gyre, it's going to be able to do a little bit more. It's lost both of the spike clubs on the end, and now it's losing its control board. And that's the fight. I spoke a little too soon. That was 46 seconds, I believe. Yet another KO for the Wanderers. Well, I will say Jaws was doing pretty good there. Valiant effort trying to get through the spinners of Twin Gyre, but ultimately just wasn't going well. Yeah, once the ramp plate went, it was GG. Yep, I gotta agree with you there, Bomby. Oh man, the season is absolutely falling apart for the Rebels already. They had a really strong start to the first season. They were up to second in, I believe it was Division 1, and just completely fell down mid-season. Now, they're just starting at the bottom. Unfortunate. Alright. Yes. That's correct. More multi-bots. Let's go with. Alright, it is time for the Super Heavyweights. Put up a better fight than I expected. Yeah, I gotta agree. That was a decently competitive fight, I would say. Queen sweep? I mean, that's possible here. Be huge for the Wanderers to get a sweeper. I think they're sitting right around like middle of the rankings right now, so that wouldn't be too bad for them. So, in the Super Heavyweights, the Rebels come in with Heart Attack, which is a 6-wheel drive rammer, kind of more of a scoop rammer or a pusher. Kind of has big forks or big wedges in the front. It has spikes that just push stuff around over to the grinders, really control them, eke out decisions maybe. Whereas the Wanderers come in with a multi-bot, Sharp Snout, and a Blunt Nose. Sharp Snout on the left is an overhead axe with kind of spiky fronts, which is why it's a very sharp snout. And Blunt Nose on the right has kind of ramp plates and a similar overhead configuration, but it's more of a pick rather than just a straight shot. What are we thinking here? What match are we on? We are at the end of match 4. Moving along pretty quickly. Probably because I talk way too fast. My apologies. Luckily my voice is doing pretty good so far. Yes, we're about a quarter of the way through the stream. Cannon Father's a great bot name. I gotta agree with you there, Mott. Cannon Father would be a really fun bot name. Quite a few people going for the Sharks. We'll see. Heart Attack has a lot of exposed wheels here, but with how fast it is, I mean, this could actually be a pretty fun match. So let's see what happens. Heart Attack starting out against Sharp Snout, not able to get under the lower bot, but pushing it around immediately. Blunt Nose took a shot to the side and the back, and now they're teaming up, going at the sides. Sharp Snout got a middle wheel on Heart Attack. And now they're going kind of at the front of it. Heart Attack's wedges are doing it some good, although it's lost another wheel to Sharp Snout. Oh, and now the bots are attacking each other. Don't do that, Sharks. You can attack them together. It's okay. Don't have to be jealous. Sharp Snout has now got Heart Attack pinned by being under it, and now they're just wailing on the front assembly. One of the emergency flippers is now off of Heart Attack. Oh, boy. Now both of them are off, and they are just wailing on the bigger robot now. Wanderers are not messing around this week, looking for some points. Oh, Heart Attack, don't back yourself into the grinder, you fool. 3 wheels on my wagon, I swear. Well, now Heart Attack's really pushing Blunt Nose back to the wall. Can still kind of push around the lower bots, but it's the way the wheels are. Oh, now they're even on both sides, but has very little drive power now. Sharp Snout has lost its axe, but it is very good at ramming with the very sharp snout that it has. Blunt Nose is still just wailing on the front assembly of Heart Attack. And now it has also lost its axe. So I believe there's a pin going on right now. Heart Attack. Can he break it? Ooh, Heart Attack just broke the pin. Thank you very much. We're about halfway through the match right now. Heart Attack backed itself into the grinder again. Luckily, it has a ram plate to protect that. And now it's pushing both of the multi-bots back on its own without the wedge list. That's insane. I didn't know Heart Attack still had it in it. Oh, now they kind of propped up Blunt Nose up, kind of like a NASCAR-style wreck, although it's come back down. Heart Attack still has quite a lot of defensive features on the front to do damage to the Sharks, who are also going to do damage to each other running into each other. It's actually a fairly competitive match. I didn't expect Heart Attack to go this long. Under a minute left. Oh, but Blunt Nose took off a wheel with one of its remaining ram plates. So now Heart Attack can only oscillate sideways. And Sharp Snout's going right into the side again. Sharp Snout giving Blunt Nose a boost and getting under Heart Attack. That's a really clever strategy. Although now it's stuck underneath and is pinning it. That's a pin because Heart Attack could still move. Unfortunately, we have to restart that. Because Heart Attack could still move. Man, that was a really fun fight for what it was. Hang on, I need a drink after that one. Multi-bots always provide such amazing hits in this. I love it. Those wheels won't count. I know, Razor. We need the wheel count up. That was a really good fight. Yeah, that was honestly, like, potentially how the week goes. Fight of the week material, but, let's see it again. Heart Attack choosing Sharp Snout again this time. Blunt Nose wailing on the back of it, going over the snowplow, although it is now trying to be Heart Attack's hat. Sharp Snout has gotten underneath Heart Attack and is wailing at the emergency flipper. That's going to come off in a couple of more hits. There you go. Although with the drive power, it was able to flip Sharp Snout over, who is now able to self-right, but it's backed away from Heart Attack quite a bit. Heart Attack's backed into the corner, but has both Sharks in front of it. It could be able to move him around, although Sharp Snout is now taking a middle wheel. Heart Attack's really going to have the Sharks kind of go friendly fire on each other here if it wants to have a chance. Because there's really no way for it to face the slightly faster robots on its own. Although its front spike work is doing a great job of repelling the Sharks. Oh, it is now smoking. Taking hits from the side and the top from Blunt Nose. Another wheel has come off. That's now 2 on the left side. And Sharp Snout is absolutely going in at the front. It is hitting the side of Heart Attack, so it is definitely doing some damage. Look at all this smoke coming out of Heart Attack now. Although now the Sharks kind of have a bit of friendly fire going on here. Heart Attack's still doing a great job of keeping the Sharks kind of in front of them. Although now it is stuck against the grinder. There are control board hits from the Sharks. Although it is now pinning Heart Attack into the grinder. Even though it's doing damage to the front, this will be considered a pin if they do not break it. Which they do, thank you. Still going at the front of Heart Attack. Well, this is very clever. Heart Attack kind of used Blunt Nose to block Sharp Snout's drive attack. That was very clever. Sharp Snout is now down its axe. Blunt Nose still going in there trying to get the front spike assembly of Heart Attack. Another control board hit. Ooh, getting very close now. Almost a minute left. And Blunt Nose has now lost its axe. So now they're both just having to ram to try to take Heart Attack out. Okay. We saw Unknown X manage to get to a judge decision on one hit. We'll see if Heart Attack can do the same. It's down to only 3 wheels. 3 wheels on my wagon. 40 seconds left. Still doing a great job keeping the Sharks in front of them, who are now kind of double teaming to get a little extra push in there. Yeah, Heart Attack's doing a great job keeping the spikes pointed even for both. Oh, and then physics. Oh man, this is getting brutal. Oh, look at little Sharp Snout embedded in the floor. That's funny. All right. Well, at least we got some physics in here. I think that's what, 3 for the day. I also need to make sure I'm keeping notes for this stream. What is it? Rebels down bad. Can't even spell rebels right. There we go. See what I can do later. Alright, so this is now attempt number 2. These fights have been really good, though. I'm really actually enjoying restarting these to a degree. Blunt Nose yet again going at the left side of Heart Attack. Heart Attack is quick enough to get away. Now it's both Sharks kind of in front of it. Sharp Snout has taken the right front wheel off of it. So has a drive power. Now Blunt Nose is absolutely caving in the top of Sharp Snout. Friendly fire here, kind of what Heart Attack needs to get in this fight. Blunt Nose a little bit of time to self-right, but it's now up. Heart Attack's wedge doing a great job of repelling the smaller robots right now. Although they are now under it and are wailing away at the front of Heart Attack. Sharp Snout's going right in where that wheel was and getting chassis hits. Blunt Nose fell over briefly but is now back up. Oh! Huge hit there from Heart Attack, shoving the mini-bots into each other. Fantastic. Heart Attack showing pretty good control, being able to handle these pretty fast multi-bots together. Both of the Sharks weigh roughly around 400 each, so their power-to-weight ratio is a lot better than other robots in this division would have. Heart Attack's still doing a great job with only 5 wheels. Sharp Snout has now lost the damaging components on its axe, so it is now just a rammer yet again. But we've seen that Sharp Snout is actually very effective at doing damage as a rammer. Blunt Nose still really going in for the top of Heart Attack, although both of the Iron Spikes have come off of it. So now both of the Sharks basically are weaponless, and... Ooh, but still able to get wheels off a Heart Attack. That's now 3 for Heart Attack. Sharks are definitely circling their prey now, or just bumping into each other. That's now 4 wheels off of Heart Attack. Now the Heart Attack only has 2 wheels on one side. It's just going to be spinning in place. This bodes very well for the Sharks. 1 wheel left. A minute left. Sharks are not playing around, trying to get this fight over with while they can. Got Heart Attack over into the grinder. Not much Heart Attack can do to get out of there. And there goes the last wheel from Heart Attack. So, are the Sharks going to go for the KO, or are they going to leave it be for the TKO? We're going to leave it be for the TKO. Because Heart Attack does not have any wheels, this is not a pin. Nothing Heart Attack can do to move. As long as physics does not interfere. It is not. 32 seconds left. That is what? 148 second win for the Sharks. Took a little bit, but that was honestly a pretty fun fight. Heart Attack stood in there for a while, too. 12,000 damage points for the Sharks. Very nice. So that is yet another sweep against the Rebels. They have taken 2 in a row now. That is very unfortunate. So the Wanderers have won 8-0, 9-0 after the bonus point for winning the match. I'm back. How many takes is Nightmare? That was only 3 takes, luckily. Took a little bit because of a pin, and then physics with spikes jamming into each other. Not very fun time. Yeah, massive L for the Rebels. Yeah, they're not having a great time. I will also say, I know we did not get to the highlights. We had a little bit of issue actually having time to get to the highlights this time. So, I will say, the fight of the week for last week was Excavator versus 1 O'Clock. It was the first ever lightweight match to win fight of the week on the RRL, which is pretty awesome. So, oh my god, it's Mike. I didn't know you got reception in the woods. What the fuck? Fucking weirdo. Over here doing your job. Alright, well, we are on to match number 5 now, and this is one of the ones I was very looking forward to this week. To be very high damaging. It will be the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs up against the Kinetic Creatures. Lots and lots of damage here. So, the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs come in with Y2K. It is kind of axe / front hinge flipper. It kind of has a sword in the front. Very similar to Tycho, but a little bit further up on the arc of the swing motion. Pretty good wedge, but it has exposed motors at the back. The Kinetic Creatures come in with Network, which is a dual saw spinner that kind of oscillate inwards. Oddly enough, Network saws are a very good wedge. We saw last week against Tycho, a very similar bot to Y2K. Network had no problem stalemating and just grinding away at the front of it. So, like, there's unironically a good chance Network can survive here. Network also has a little pulse spike in front of the Y connector, so it should be able to last a couple of hits. We will see. What happens? What does chat think? Yes, the worst fight in terms of names. Yes, Y2K is, I believe, a programming virus reference. So, reference? I can English today. This will be interesting. I had to work. Take care. You take care too, Blake. Hope work goes well for you. I'll be here when you are back. Let us get into this matchup. Y2K goes right under Network and immediately flips it over. But Network is able to stall with the motors on the back and is grinding away at it. Y2K is, interestingly, not swinging at Network, although now it is going right at where the connector is. I can't tell if it's... Okay, it does hit one of the saws now. But as we saw last week, this bodes well for Network if it's able to kind of get to the side. Y2K almost throwing it over the wall. That was a very impressive impact. Kind of going right at the chassis this time. Oh, and there goes the second saw off of Network. So Network is now just a box with a spike on it. We'll see what kind of damage it can do. Probably not a lot. Definitely Y2K's fight to win. Although now Network is to the side, kind of got a shot on the wheel there. That pulse spike on Network is just, it has a normal in the front, so it only does damage with the very tip of it. So it's not going to do like a whole bunch of damage to the side here, but still a chance that Network could eke it out here because it is doing a decent job keeping Y2K away from getting underneath it. And that pulse spike for some reason is a good wedge too. Wow. We're about a minute in now. And Network is surprisingly still alive. You have 2 minutes left on your break, Mike. You should actually enjoy your break. Because you're kind of working 12 hours today. Oh, and Y2K is taking a wheel off of Network and pushed it into the grinder. This does not bode well for the Network. It is being taken down. Control board hits now up against the grinder. Second one. Y2K can go for the kill. Wow, look at all the smoke pouring out of Network, dude. It is now a count out going against Network. Y2K is getting in the way of Network, not letting it move. I believe that is a pin, as Network would be able to move if Y2K was not in its way. That, I believe, is a pin. Unfortunate for the Jigglypuffs. Attempt number 2. Attempt 2. More of the same from the last fight, although this time Network did not get flipped over on the opening charge. Still has the saw blades down, although it's taking direct impact to the Y connector, and it was just split like a wishbone. That weapon on Y2K is no joke. Oh, but with a bit of help from wheel physics, Network almost flipped Y2K over. That would have been very interesting. Now Y2K's got it pinned to the wall. Was wailing on it for a little bit there. Ooh, another big hit. Network trying to hang out in here. See if we can go 3 minutes against a very damaging robot. I'm thinking because I think Network's inverted and Y2K's AI is not hitting it right now. Is there a count? I can't tell if there's a count. Oh, yeah, there was a count now, and Network is able to break it, so we're good. Kind of bad for Y2K to not be spamming the weapon right now, because if this gets drawn out any further, it's just going to be a judge's decision, only 1 point. It has now managed to invert, or re-invert, Network, but it is yet again stuck. Y2K feels like a beta, not firing much. I mean, it's a bit of a mercy killing at this point. Just got to see what it does. Network's doing a good job of kind of stalling out with that one pulse spike in the front. And now Y2K's got it pinned against the wall again. And just holding it there. It better back off so there's no pin here. Just about a minute left. It has moved, and so has Network. So that is luckily no pin. It has now pushed Network into the grinder yet again. Oh, and now it's decided to fire to get it stuck on top of the grinder. I believe both of Network's wheels are kind of offset. Okay, it was able to get down there. It was very close to getting teetered just on the edge of the grinder. 40 seconds for Y2K to do something here. This is honestly kind of disappointing from Y2K, although it's got a wheel now. Network is still in the grinder, taking a lot of damage, but this is going to be another pin if Y2K does not move. It does move. Thank you very much, Y2K. 20 seconds. Is Network able to break the TKO count? I don't know if there's enough battery power to. It doesn't. That is a TKO victory. Network was not able to move out of its circumference to get out of the TKO. So that is 2 points for the Jigglypuffs. Didn't see the time again because I'm dumb. It's like, 13 seconds left. Okay. Was that in English? 167? 167. So for being what I thought was going to be one of the more damaging fights, we didn't get a whole lot of damage in that one. That's okay. Yes, thank you, Razor, confirming 167 seconds. Well, we move on to the middleweights. Get me a phone because I called it. I mean, yeah, you kind of did, honestly. Good job, Blacksburg. All right. So, the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs come in with Polybius. It is a very interesting kind of rammer. It has kind of a sloped wedges on the front and a spike assembly on the top. The sloped wedges are used as a self-righting mechanism for when it gets run over. Otherwise, it just kind of gets under stuff and pushes stuff around. Kind of similar to Spearmint from last season, if you remember. Where the creatures have Siege. It is a big vertical spinner with 4 spinning spiked clubs. Kind of has 2 ram plates on the side. Doesn't have much of a ground game in comparison to Polybius. So, what will happen here? What do you think? What do you think in chat? Dollar Store Event Horizon. You are not wrong, Word of God, sorry. The Jigglypuffs, which is run by Maz, he specifically built a bunch of old GTM robots to the RRL specs to enter in this tournament, so you're going to recognize a lot of stuff coming up for Rebels soon. A lot of people going for Siege, which is interesting. A couple for Polybius. We'll see how Siege deals with Polybius' ground game. I think this could be fun, because Siege really throws itself around and so does Polybius, so let us get into the matchup. See if Kinetic can get some points back. Ooh, and Siege immediately does a front flip off the top of Polybius, and it's now Polybius' hat. Those spikes, the razor tips are definitely going to be doing damage to the underside of Siege. And Polybius is just doing its thing and kind of oscillating forward, just keeping it up on the wedge. Definitely doing damage to the front of Siege. Now has it in the grinder with the wheels off the ground, so Siege cannot drive up against it right now. It's going to have to back off for a pin here. It has backed off, and Siege has broken free. Another big impact. Siege pushing forward again, and Polybius is just holding it against the wall. Polybius' spikes do a lot of damage when it's just pressing robots into the wall like that. It's already got control board hits. But Siege is kind of repelling those that spike assembly with the ram plates right now. Yet another ram. Siege really does not have anything for the front of Polybius. It's doing some damage to the razor tips, but just can't really connect well enough to do anything here. Oh, it's gotten one of them off now, although it is now on second control board hit and stuck up against the wall. It has now climbed over the top of Polybius. That's interesting. Gotten over to the grinder, but Polybius very quickly turned away to face Siege once again. And that is the knockout. Minute 36 remaining. That is 84 seconds. Interesting that Polybius was able to get the KO there. I mean, I guess it helps that Siege is also a very large chassis for middleweight, so it was able to really grind away when it was stuck up against the wall. It was very quickly 5 points for the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs. Jigglypuff not playing around in this match. Lulling these kinetic creatures to sleep. Doing a great job at taming them, if I do say so myself. Who won between Spearmint and Siege? They were different weight classes. Spearmint was super heavy, Siege was a middleweight, and still is actually. We need to move on to a multi-bot match. This could be interesting. Alright, so the Jigglypuffs come in with I Love You. Sorry, I Love You! It is a big twin vertical spinner, has these huge ram plate pontoons that reach way out in front of it. It's basically Heaven's Sawmill, which is a GTM robot. Can do a lot of damage and fuck shit up. The kinetic creatures come in with Dunning and Kruger, which are twin overhead spinners, spinning opposite directions, kind of like complete opposites of each other. Pretty good at hitting stuff when they're from behind, but can also do a lot of friendly fire damage. So we shall see what happens. What does chat think? Jigglypuff is Maz's team. You are correct, Orc. Thank you for joining the stream, by the way. I did not see you in here. Ah, yes, and of course, I feel like the real, even though I love use like another programming reference for Moz, I feel like the real reason he wanted to say this is because I love you too. You guys are great, chat. Thanks for hanging out with me. A lot of people going for the big vert. And I don't blame you. We'll see. It has a lot of exposed chassis in the back, but I don't think I Love You's going to care. I believe there are going to be some multi-bots thrown around here. I Love You's gone after Kruger first, stalemating against the little bot. Interesting. And now Dunning is able to get to the back. It already took off one of the support extenders on the side, but it has now turned the multi-bots against each other and really throwing Kruger around. Kruger's now lost a wheel, and I Love You's now throwing Dunning off to the side and into the grinder. Doing a lot of damage early. Oh, it's gotten... Oh, I had Dunning up against the wall, but it didn't all the way go over. It came back in. Very close to getting a TKO. Now throwing the multi-bots against each other again. These horizontals have nothing for that vertical spinner. Can't even hit it with their own weapon. Taking a lot of damage right now. Multi-bots aren't that good in this game, if I remember, says Steve. It depends on the AI. For some designs, some stuff just does no rear protection, kind of like this, so it'd be really hard for stuff to face it and do whatever, but like, in this particular case, I Love You has no problem punting these bots aside. Control board hits on Kruger. Kruger is out already. That was a very quick KO on it. And has now thrown Dunning into the side and put up against the grinder. More KO. Control board hits, and that is the knockout. 144 seconds. That is 76 seconds on that KO. And importantly on that one, I Love You KO'd both of the robots, so it got the full 3 points for that one, which is very important for maximizing your points. Multibots just had nothing for that big vertical spinner. Right, so that has sealed the match for Jigglypuffs. They are already up 7-0. So Creatures just gotta pray that they can get something here in the super heavies, and I mean they could. It's possible. What they're fielding, but Jigglypuffs are no joke. They are honestly one of my picks to make it all the way this year. But they're gonna have some steep competition in their division. Now that's a slaughter. Yeah, that was a real slaughter. I Love You's a cool bot. Yeah, I really like what Moz did to turn Heaven's Sawmill into this. I Love You looks really cool. Really want to take that kind of wedge setup he has for some of my builds. All right, time for the super heavies. The conclusion of this match. Those Jigglypuffs have Hello World, which is, we classify it as a horizontal spinner, but it is more known in the RA2 community as a juggler. It has two oscillating discs on the side that go inwards, and it just has big sloped wedges to just push stuff around and grind away at the bottom of them. But the creatures come in with Death Penalty. It is a big, sharp, four-wheel drive sit-and spinner. Lots of flails on the side and can do a lot of damage very quickly. So what are we thinking here? This could be... This is the fight that I was looking for. Like, this is going to be a very high damaging match despite it, no matter who wins it all. Death penalty to deny the shutout. Death penalty kind of seems split. It really depends. Death penalty is a bit of a glass cannon because if you get under it, it doesn't move. But if you don't get under it, you die. So let's see what happens here. And Hello World is a ripoff of Neglected Water Bug from GTM, for those of you that are more cultured. Hello World goes right in, immediately has Death Penalty stop, but it can't quite get the disc in there. The wheel guard kind of swords on Death Penalty did a great job of keeping it away. But I hear a TKO count, and this is a pin. This might be a bit of an issue in this match. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of an issue, I think. That's already one restart. Please, for the love of God, do not make us regret this. Same deal. Hello World going right in, pressing death penalty into the wall. And now under it a little bit more. It might have those maces on the discs into the flails, although one of the discs has now come off. Okay, this could be a very interesting matchup if Hello World backs off, which it's not. Ah! I'm surprised that didn't physics. It almost did. I saw one of the flail things come off, very close to that the first time, but that is yet another pin. Start number 2. As always, we cap at 5 restarts for pins or physics issues, and I feel like there's a good chance we're going to get close to that here. Interesting, one of Hello World's discs is underneath the sword and the other's on top of it. That's very fascinating. We just need Hello World to back off here. And it's not. You're killing me, Smalls. Do it again. You're on to number 3. This might actually be when we have to take off stream because it is Hello. Oh, it bounced off this time, so we might be able to keep it from being the same stalemate. And death penalty has kind of moved out of its zone. It's lost one of its flails now. But we just need Hello World to back up. And it's not. I wonder if this could be the specific AI. Oh, it backed off. All right, tell a lie. I'm dumb. Death penalty is now up to speed and is hitting the side of Hello World a ton, taking off both of the discs. So now Hello World does not have any of its grinders, and it has exposed chassis on every side, but it is able to get under death penalty still, and is able to push it around. So death penalty can get up to speed very quickly with its 4-wheel drive. Although Hello World was able to keep it towards the grinder, it might be able to do some damage to the flails, and a lot of the flails have started to come off of death penalty as well. Death penalty might need to get out of there to avoid the count scene because its drive is not very good. Oh, but now it's definitely caving in the side of Hello World. Oh, but it's lost one of the entire assemblies, and Hello World almost got it up against the wall. That was very close. A lot of damage coming out in this fight. Hello World has now lost a wheel and its right side wheel guards, I believe. Even further into the grinder. Death penalty, I think, only has one of its flails left, but it still has spikes on the static extenders. And that is the KO shot on Hello World. 136 seconds left. 84 seconds, I believe. Where's my mouse? So Kinetic was indeed able to avoid the shutout with a KO. Took a little bit of time, but we got there. Jesus Christ, death penalty. Almost 13,000 damage. That is insane. Like I said, if death penalty gets up to speed, it hits a ton. Alright, so despite that victory, the Jigglypuffs have won 8-3, which will be 9-3 after the bonus point for winning the match. Very good work from the Jigglypuffs, getting back in the standings after their draw in week 1. Do you get DQ if you get pinned 5 times? No. After 5 times, we take the fight off stream and just finish it when we have the chance, and whatever the first battle result is what we'll take. Because we don't have time to sit here and just restart that kind of stuff constantly. So yeah, luckily we got there. I'm glad Hello World behaved long enough. Alright, we are on to match number 6, and this is a very important match, as it is going to be Heavy Metal Robotics. Oh, I tell a lie. The game has crashed for a second time. Once again, thank you, patrons, sponsors, for sponsoring today's stream and our crash page. Your support is very much appreciated. Literally letting us do what we do here. Death penalty had a tornado cage, says Wolvie. I mean, it kind of does when you think about it. That's really funny. Good thing there's no pit in the RRL. We are not putting a pit in this arena, okay? We already have plenty of ring out zones for you flipper fans. It's right arena, right? Okay. Anyway, we have Heavy Metal Robotics taking on Angry Penguin Robotics. So I am, as always, repping my Heavy Metal team, and we have actually my co-host over here. I have Sam, who is the captain of Angry Penguin, hanging out with me today. So we get to watch together what happens in this match. So just hang out here, little buddy. We can see what happens. So Heavy Metal, as always, has Voidwalker on the lightweights. It is a horizontal spinner, kind of spins all the way around. One of the most damaging lightweights from the first season. I believe it won last week, because Heavy Metal beat their rival in the state, Tennessee Syndicate, I believe. So, and then Angry Penguin Robotics has PogChamp. It is a rammer with 3 razor tips on the front. Can actually get quite a bit of a charge in there, but it has a lot of exposed chassis. So, what do we think is going to happen here? What do you think, Sam? I agree. Sam's actually feeling pretty good because he actually just won a couple of DSL tournaments recently, so he's riding high, hoping his RL team can do him proud. Seeing a lot of stuff for Voidwalker. Sludgefest, I mean, it's not impossible. PogChamp does have quite a bit of drive power, so let us see what happens. You have a Cyber Demon mascot with you. Good stuff, Razor. PogChamp immediately coming across the box, stopping Voidwalker from getting fully up to speed, although Voidwalker is getting quite a few hits in on the right side corner of PogChamp. Already taken one of the razor tips off. Although PogChamp is now to the side and has the spikes up against the wheel of Voidwalker. This could be really dangerous. Push into the grinder now. Okay. That could be big if PogChamp could do that routinely here in the fight. Got the weapon stopped again and just shoving it around, doing damage to the front with those spikes. Well, the Voidwalker is now back up to speed as PogChamp gets away for another hit. More hits to the front of PogChamp, just getting caved in. Now we have control board hits. Got another. Oh, and that is the end of the fight. Voidwalker was able to get the KO in 44 seconds, I believe that was. Got very close there for a second. PogChamp almost got Voidwalker over to the grinder to kill it, but unfortunately was not able to get it done. Sorry, partner. I don't know how to ease up on the pain. Right, that is a very quick 2 points for Heavy Metal Robotics. Runner-up last year and doing pretty good this year already. Ah, yes. So now, we go to the middleweights, and this is going to be a very weird fight. So, Heavy Metal has Immortal Corruptor in the middleweights. It is a giant, big, fuck-off vertical spinner. And it looks like an abomination because it's named after War. Has wedges in the front and a bit of protection in the back, mostly for stability. Whereas Angry Penguin has Stanley, which is a mini huge, basically. Has 2 axe blades on the center vert, but it is basically huge. So, what are we thinking here? Kind of hate the term PogChamp. I mean, you're not wrong, but like, it's a meme and people love memes, so. One day I'm expecting people to just scream PogChamp in the chat when it pops up. It looks really good, actually. We have Deep 6 versus Huge. Yeah, this is basically, it's a little bit closer to Drizzle versus Huge, but yeah, we're pretty close. Hope you have a good time here, bud. Sam is definitely going for Stanley, as you would expect. We'll see what happens. It has a lot of exposed chassis for Immortal Corruptor to hit, so let's see how it goes. Immortal Corruptor immediately getting into the chassis and kind of going weapon to weapon with Stanley, but still doing quite a bit of chassis damage. Now it's able to push Stanley back a little bit. Huge hits to the center. Oh! And that is the KO in 14 seconds. So unfortunately, the design choice of Stanley being a huge clone is not great when your opponent has a disc bigger than your robot. Very unfortunate. So, most importantly, Heavy Metal now has 6 points and cannot lose this match. They could tie at worst, so looking pretty good for the Metal one, the Metal Bros. I used to have Pogs, just says Dolphin. I mean, yeah, me too. I was pogging pretty good earlier, but I feel bad beating up on my co-host. He's so nice. Ah, crap. Alright, on to the heavyweights now. Stanley's like Spinner from the West. Kind of, yeah. Not that different. So, heavy metal comes into the heavyweights with Vacuity. It is a big overhead axe, kind of like a war pick style with 2 spikes on the end. Lots of defensive features on the pontoons and on the sides and all the way around. Wait, that's not the right robot. I lied. Ah. Angry Penguin comes in with E-Girl Power, which is a rear hinge flipper. Kind of has 2 spikes on the front to keep stuff from going all the way over it. Lots of exposed chassis out of those. We'll see what happens here. Ah, Sam, I see Sam like at 64 in the chat. Good to see you. This will be interesting because Vacuity doesn't like flippers, but there's a lot of exposed chassis on E-Girl. Chat seems kind of split, so let's see what happens. Oh, Vacuity was able to deflect E-Girl to the side, and it kind of has the flippers kind of caught at an angle, and now it's just caving in the top side of E-Girl Power. Although now both of the flipper arms are under there, it's not quite able to get a lift on Vacuity. But now it's going right into the spikes of E-Girl. It's already taken one of them off, it looks like, and it's just wailing on the chassis. So even though E-Girl is underneath it, Vacuity's axe still has the reach to get underneath there and get the chassis. And now we're on to control board hits. And that is a KO in 31 seconds for Vacuity of all robots. That is very surprising indeed. I did not know that Vacuity had such destructive power in it now. You'll probably note Vacuity does have a different axe than last season, which that one fell apart in like 5 seconds, but like I wouldn't have expected it to be able to KO a robot, so sorry, bud. I'm not trying to shut you out, but it's just kind of happening. It might have been the most effective Vacuity has ever been. Yeah, it's actually really good, so we shall see what happens. Right, super heavyweight time. Isn't Vacuity a super heavyweight? No, it is not. Vacuity is the heavyweight of heavy metal. So, heavy metal comes into the super heavyweights with Aqua Dementia. It is a side hinge flipper. It has 6 spike strip flippers that just go all the way out in one direction. Not like Kepler, which just goes straight up. This one kind of goes to the side. Has a bit of defensive work on the side and everything. Whereas Angry Penguin has Pingu's Death Machine. It is a dual overhead axe and also has an undercutter spinner on the front. We shall see what happens here. I don't think Pingu has the greatest ground game, and Aqua Dementia was one of the higher scoring super heavyweights last season. So we'll see what happens here, buddy. I'm sorry about shutting your team out. Honest to God, did not expect Vacuity to do anything in that fight. That was very surprising to me. Just goes to show you, anything can happen in the RRL. A lot of people going for Aqua Dementia right now. Let's see what happens. Aqua Dementia goes right under, almost throws Pingu into the ceiling. That was insane. Now has it kind of on its side. Definitely doing damage to the underside of Pingu. Already onto control board hits. And that is a KO in 13 seconds. That is one of the most KO efficient matches I think I have ever seen in this league. So that is also a perfect week now for heavy metal over Angry Penguin. So in 2 weeks we've already had 2 perfect 13-0 matches. That is insane. So even though obviously with having more builders and opening up with more people, there's a big competitive jump in the robots, but there's also some lower end ones that kind of balance it out a little bit more. So I feel like these 13-0 shutouts might be a little more common than they were before. That was very impressive, though. So Heavy Metal has fully shut out Angry Penguin. They are definitely going to be vaulting into the lead of their division very soon. That takes a bingo square for me. Ah, yes. I don't remember if I had a bingo square for a perfect week or not. I might have had one, I don't remember. Where's Mike? Mike's currently biking to New Zealand. He'll be back in like a week. We'll see. Right then. Let me just get in my notes. Little weird thing with doing this solo is that taking notes is a little harder now to have to do both jobs. That's okay. Alright, so we are on to match number 7 of the day, moving right along. We now have the Levantine allowance out of East Jerusalem, Palestine, taking on, I didn't even look at what it was. They will be taking on the Avalon Resurrectionists out of Cleveland. Familiar territory for heavy metal being on top of the division. Yeah, it's real interesting. Now I know how Mike felt last season. Well, the difference last season is Mike had a notebook where he wrote everything down, whereas I now have a separate laptop here where I'm flipping between the stream and the stat sheet and the schedule and the notes of what I would keep down for like the highlight video. So, real interesting. Anyway, introducing the fight. Levantine has VSSV, which is a vertical spinner. It's kind of slightly at an angle. It's at a 20-degree angle, so it's not classified as both horizontal and vertical. One of the more destructive lightweights we've seen so far. I got a KO in its first week. Whereas Avalon has Dane's Leaf, which is a rammer with kind of a fork-shaped spike chip on the front. Stereopax. Good to see you in the chat. Avalon is a Stereopax's team. What does VSSV even stand for? Vertical spinner. And then mirrored. That's all it is, I believe. They're similar but different. I mean, yeah, actually, they kind of have a vaguely similar chassis, but we will see what happens here. So VSSV immediately flipping Dane's Leaf over. Luckily, it is invertible. Dane's Leaf was able to get the weapon stopped momentarily, but VSSV just immediately taking the weapon off and getting control board hits, and that is another 13-second KO. The KOs are coming in spades this week, my goodness. Luckily, we're not having a ton of judge decisions like we did earlier. Especially not whatever that Warbear fight was, my goodness. You can go back into your partner. Sorry, again. Not actually. You beat me in DSL. Right. Will the download for this AI pack be in the same section as the first one? It will be at the end of the season. We're leaving everything until the end of the season just for right now. That was quick. Yes, that was very quick. All right. On to the middleweights. So the middleweights, Levantine has Rosewater. Very interesting weapon combination. It is a dual rear hinge flipper with wedges and also a piston poker with an iron spike shooting out the front. Completely unique combination to the league. Very interesting stuff to see. Speaking of piston pokers, we have Trishula for Avalon. It is a piston poker with kind of 2 spikes on the front, 2 spikes on the bottom, and just shooting stuff out. Had one of the fastest KOs in the league last season, shoving On Your Own into the grinder. Very fascinating. So what are we thinking this fight will go? Imagine if the panda falls off. Sam will be fine. Only worry for this mid matchup is an Uda. Yeah, that could be interesting. I'm actually very curious to see how this will do because Trishula is invertible, and Rosewater it'll flip it around a lot, but like it'll take a lot of damage really quickly. Rosewater had a very clutch win last time up against Polybius from the Jigglypuffs. Let's find out what happens this match. Rosewater immediately flipping Trishula over upside down, but now Trishula's got its wedge underneath the flippers of Rosewater, although it's already taken half. The piston on Rosewater has already taken the entirety of Trishula's weapon off and now has it pressed into the grinder. But Now, Trishula has the drive power to move out of the corner, although Rosewater's still poking it to death with that Iron Spike. Flipping it around quite a bit too, and back into the grinder. Very interesting to see what Trishula can do here. It's going to have to try to last to a judge decision now that it can't do any damage. Trishula's taken a lot of chassis damage so far from that Iron Spike. And Rosewater's now wearing it as a hat. So many robot hats in this league, I swear. Well, now Trishula's back upright. Rosewater's not giving it an inch here. Oh, and it's backed itself into the grinder and lost a wheel. You fool. Rosewater's going to capitalize on that and start poking it to death. We have control board hits now, halfway through the match. Now Trishula's on top of the grinder. That could do a lot. Although Rosewater put its wheel in the grinder for a second. Ooh, that would have been very bad if it lost its wheel there. Up, another control board hit, and that's the KO. 121 seconds left. 99 seconds. Very nice KO for Rosewater. Interesting that a pure flipper is able to get a KO because it has that piston in the middle. Very interesting. Very, very unique weapon. So now Levantine cannot be shut out. Did Hexbug's Heroes make Rosewater? Yes, Levantine is Hexbug's Heroes team. I believe the other 3 robots on the team were commissioned, but he definitely made Rosewater, to my knowledge. You should open up a store and sell all the robot hats. I remember, I don't remember what review it was, but I was making a joke that we should sell, like, razor hats of the robot razor you just stick on your head. That'd be really funny. Up to the heavyweights now. Division 1 and 2 are looking very feast or famine. Yeah, the first 2 divisions are rather top-heavy. We have some incredibly competitive builds in there, and others that are just in the, like, not as competitive, really. So, like, it's mostly just top-heavy, I think. But that's also why you're not facing just your division. You're also facing the division next to you, so. Alright, so, in the heavyweights, Levantine has Al Mudamir, the DSL legend himself. It is a big overhead horizontal spinner, very similar to Brutality, Hazard, and Ice. You get the point. Very common robot. Avalon has Phalanx, which is a dual rear hinge flipper. Unlike Rosewater, it has spike strips on the front, so it can actually do a little bit of damage. Very interesting chassis shape to it, too. So what are we thinking here? Kind of seems split at the moment. A lot of people still going for Al Mudamir, though. Yes, Al Mudamir is in a DSL tournament. Yes, this is the RRL equivalent of Al Mudamir, so good to see someone jump from DSL to RRL. Let's see how this one goes. Phalanx was able to get under Al Mudamir and is able to lift it up. It's not quite able to flip it over, but those spike strips are definitely doing damage to the underside. You can see how Al Mudamir's front is caving in from all that damage already. All of us now able to get into the flippers of Phalanx, and they're now kind of stalemating. Another full body flip. That'd be really cool if we could full body flip a full-on heavyweight. Phalanx had a very cool flip of flipping I believe it was 90 onto its 4-pound vert in the last week. That was really cool. Now pressed up against the wall. One of Al Mudamir's weapon arms has come off. It's kind of a very slow microwavy fight. Well, Phalanx is starting to get in there. 2 of the arm, but now one of Phalanx's flipping arms has come off and is now pressing Al Mudamir into the grinder. Probably doing a lot of damage to Al Mudamir. Gonna be a count sooner or later. Oh, they got free and are now locked up again. Phalanx is taking quite a bit of damage to the right side wedge. Ludimir is definitely doing some damage, but kind of a stalemate halfway through the fight now. Yes, it did take off it took off the right side lifting arm of Phalanx from what I saw. Bit of a grindy matchup here. They're not really able to do a whole lot to each other. This is what kind of happens when you have slightly lower drive-powered robots. They just kind of stalemate, can't really do much. That's okay. Able to grind out a judge's decision, I suppose. Although Avalon really needs a KO here in order to get back in the match. Under a minute left now. Now broken free. And back to it again. If this ends up going to the judges, this is going to be a very close fight to call. Because both robots have done fairly decent damage to each other so far. Even though Almudimir doesn't have quite as much chassis damage, it's lost half of its weapon, which is making it unbalanced. Although Phalanx has now lost its other flipping arm. And now Almudimir can just push it around. That's going to be crucial in the last couple seconds of the fight here. But it looks as though we are going to judges. Very even on damage points as well. So when it comes to the judging criteria, the damage points will also go into effect with actual component damage and chassis damage and everything. So not entirely out of the realm of possibility for Phalanx there. Although that does seal the match for Levantine. We have one more fight left in match number 7. Grinder may boost Phalanx's score, but I honestly think it will. That's going to be a pretty close fight to call, I think. I would say Almudimir might have done a little bit more damage overall, but Phalanx got into the grinder, so who knows. Yeah, judge is not going to like this. We already had quite a bit. So that judge's decision actually just broke up a string of 9 straight KOs this week, so we'll see. All right, so on to the Super Heavies. To conclude this match, Levantine has Androctonus. It has 2 side axes full of many spikes and a long kind of scorpion tail axe to go over the head. Its front wedges are hinged, so it does have a pretty good ground game. Not that ground game is going to matter up against Excalibur from Avalon. It is basically heavy metal noise from BattleBots. 2 big vertical spinners on the side, and it kind of is propped up on an angle to go over stuff. Very interesting matchup here. What does everybody think? That's over there now. A lot of people going for Androctonus. We shall see. Yeah, it might have the reach to get the wheels, but heavy metal noise might just drive over the top of Androctonus. Who knows? Let's get into the arena. Excalibur immediately going up the front. Androctonus' side axes are more hitting the balance casters on the bottom rather than actually hitting Excalibur's chassis. Very good chassis design for Excalibur there. I believe it is doing... The blades are doing some damage to the front of Androctonus. At least one blade has come off. I see a caster wheel off as well. How much is... There appears to have been a pin. Excalibur is breaking the count right now. Doesn't appear as though Androctonus has taken a ton of component damage, but has been taking chassis damage. Wow, that Scorpion Tail is doing a lot of damage to the front of Excalibur now. A lot of blades coming off as well. Some of the spikes off of the side axes are coming off of Androctonus. That Scorpion Tail is the main thing doing the damage for it. Although now Excalibur has the Scorpion Tail pinned down, and is getting the last of the remaining blades into the chassis of Androctonus. Very interesting strategy. Although it has now gotten free, the Scorpion Tail is off, but Excalibur is down 2 control board hits. Although it has pushed Androctonus over to the grinder. The last of the caster wheels is gone. That's a second control board hit now. All of the blades are off of Excalibur. Now it's just trying to run to save time. Ooh, big hit there, trying to charge in. And that is the KO, almost standing it on end. 34 seconds left. An 86-second KO for the Scorpion. So that is at least 9 points to Levantine, possibly another for the judge decision pending in the heavyweights. Excalibur did quite a bit of damage, so that's very impressive. Considering how kind of overpowered it was, that was still a lot of damage it did. Just flicked it over and hit it with the tail. Yeah, that was actually a pretty fun fight. Really fun. Scorpion wins. Fatality. Yes, that was indeed a fatality. I'm going to mark that down for later. Right, we are on to match number 8, the last match in the first half of the stream. We are moving to the Pinwheel Pulsars out of, I believe it is the largest known galaxy in the world. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head. And the Anthracite Colliers out of Anthracite, Alberta, Canada. So, the Pulsars have Nightmare Fuel in the lightweights. It is a side axe robot, except instead of going inwards with the side axe that we saw earlier with like Carcinized, it goes outwards like this, kind of traps stuff in the pontoons of the robot and hits it from there. Very damaging robot. And Anthracite has Quick Pick, which is just a simple pick in front of really long pontoons, kind of similar to the Cuties design, but a little more streamlined for the lightweights. What are we thinking here? This could be interesting. Both robots have very awkward shapes, and Quick Pick, I believe, would have the ground game if it can get under Nightmare Fuel. I don't know. Could be a very even matchup. A lot of people going for Nightmare Fuel. Kind of saw a couple going for Quick Pick, so let us see what this match brings us. Colliers got shut out last week, so hoping to get some points back here. Both of them go in kind of awkwardly. Quick Pick did get a couple of hits on Nightmare Fuel and is perfectly sloped underneath it to push it around right now. But those spike strips on Nightmare Fuel are perfectly centered to possibly hit that axe in the middle. Quick Pick taking quite a bit of damage from Nightmare Fuel so far, but Nightmare Fuel is nothing to Quick Pick's ground game right now. Interesting that Quick Pick still has the axe on there. It has not come off yet. Although it is now pinned up against the grinder by Nightmare Fuel, and the axe has come off. Complete turnaround for this match. I believe there was a control board hit there. Hard to tell. And that is the knockout in 49 seconds. Nightmare Fuel was able to get the KO in the end. A very quick 3 points to the Pulsars, who are looking pretty good already, considering they're at the top of the Division 1 standings. We now move to the middleweights. Fuel to spare, yes. Very little fuel left, though. So, the Pulsars have Vika, or Vika, or Vika. I don't remember how it's pronounced. I have to go watch Pokemon to find out. It is a completely unique robot to the League. It is a whipper. Imagine a side axe with kind of stuff like this, but instead of swinging it, they're stationary, and the robot just kind of oscillates back and forth, kind of batting it around back and forth. But it has a lot of spikes in order to do that, so it's more like getting hit with a nail bat. The Colliers have Tumbler, which is a big defensive shell spinner, essentially. Lots of ram plates and spikes on it. Very defensive for a horizontal spinner. What are we thinking here? Quick Pick got more purchase with a deck that had gone very differently, says, well, yeah. Unfortunately, because of how Nightmare Fuel's pontoons are, it's very hard to do that. And, like, the pick is very tiny. So, I'm seeing a lot of Vika in here. Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably going to be the go-to for this one. We shall see. Colliers still looking for their first fight win of the season. Very unfortunate they got shut out last week and have to face another top contender right now. So Vika's going right in. Tumbler's defenses are working pretty well, able to keep it away, but we'll see how long it's able to last with all those iron spikes on there. Vika's moved Tumbler over towards the wall a little bit. Something has come up. I don't know of who. Might be. I think it's one of Tumbler's spikes. Very defensive matchup there. Ooh, Tumbler almost got to the backside of those extenders. That could rip it off pretty easily if it got a chance. There goes a ram plate now, and it's taken off half of the right side spikes of Vika. That is very good for Tumbler. Although it's now lost another ram plate and is very imbalanced. I think it only has 1 or 2 left now. Not a whole lot of components on that shell. And that is everything off of the shell. So now it is just a box with a pizza cutter on top. Gonna have a very hard time doing anything to Vika. There is a huge control board whack from Vika and another. That is a KO in 67 seconds. Tumbler did a pretty good job hanging in there. Very similar damage totals to Vika, but not able to get through all of those spikes. So the Pulsars cannot lose, unsurprisingly. So definitely you're looking at the top of the standings now. Thought there was limit of 8 for 1 damage component. That was only in the heavyweight and super heavyweight categories. We truthfully didn't put it for the lower categories because it would be incredibly hard to do so and also make it like not overpowered. And KJ was able to make a robot that is actually not overpowered by doing that. Like, as much as Vika stomped that match, there's a lot of designs that make Vika look stupid. So, still a very, very unlucky matchup for the Colliers so far. Like, I absolutely love the Colliers aesthetic and everything, but they very much built towards aesthetics rather than full-on spiky stuff, so very unfortunate that they're facing what I think, honestly, is probably going to be the champion this season. So, we are on to the heavyweights now. Tumbler's one of the best-looking full-body spinners I've ever seen in this game, says Leafeon. Yes, I love Tumbler. If we had like more powerful motors in the game, kind of like DSL, Tumbler would be a lot better and a lot, honestly, like it's just really cool. So the heavyweights, the Pulsars have Leslie and Gale the multibot. Leslie, the big overhead spinner with 2 spikes on each of the tri-bars. Gale has 3 front hinge spike strip flippers, very damaging flipper and very good wedge. The Colliers have Jackhammer, which is a dual piston poker on each side, very low to the ground, very sleek looking robot. Another very good looking robot from Madiator here. So what are we thinking? Seeing a lot of Leslie and Gale right now. Yes, Gale has Stealing Your Soul Eyes. I love it. Gale wins best skin award for me. Yeah, it's pretty good. So overwhelmingly for the multibots. We'll see what Jackhammer can do to them, because if it targets Leslie, I think it has a decent chance, but Gale is definitely the threat with the ground game. Jackhammer is targeted. Ooh, no, it changed its mind. It's going over towards Gale, but is now taking a shot from the side from Leslie. Not going all the way up on Gale's front, but it's still taking a lot of damage to the side. It lost at least 1 spike off of the right side piston. Definitely doing some damage to Gale's chassis, but not quite enough in comparison to what Leslie's doing. Another spike off of the right side piston. Leslie is just absolutely chewing itself into the grinder right now. It's going to lose its weapon very quickly if it stays there. Gale's actually taken a lot of chassis damage so far. Leslie's lost the entirety of its weapons. Okay, so it's just Gale now that can actually damage Jackhammer, and Jackhammer's staying on him. This is actually a big turnaround for Jackhammer, being able to keep the multibots over by the grinder. It's not getting a ton of hits on Gale right now, but it's very steadily doing some damage with those iron spikes. And Gale can't quite get the weapon in there. Leslie just coming in being a nuance. Kind of stuck at the moment. Almost halfway through right now. Ooh, big hit from Gale right there. You can tell by how slow that retracting was from Gale that it's taken a lot of damage to those weapon motors. I believe Jackhammer is currently propped up right now, so it can't quite back off of Gale's wedge. One of Gale's spike strips is on the ground right now. All of them are gone. Oh! So now both of the multibots are weaponless. Jackhammer's taking it easy on them now. Jackhammer's looking really good now, being able to take these weapons off. I don't know how much air power Jackhammer has left, but the pistons are not moving very fast. I don't know if it's going to be able to get more than a KO here on either of the two. But luckily, it can choose whichever robot to go to now that they do not have any weapons. So Gale is still a nuisance with the ground game. Jackhammer looks like a crab as well. Shoosh! We have enough crabs. We don't need everything in the RRL to evolve into a crab. 30 seconds remain in this match. Jackhammer's been doing a good job controlling the multibots for the most part, damaging them for sure. This will be interesting if it goes to a decision, though, because... while it also kind of seems like the multibots didn't do a whole lot, Jackhammer was very slowly getting pushed around by Gale, so... this could be an interesting decision here. We are going to yet another judge's decision. Very interesting. Jackhammer did a lot of damage in that fight. Nice. Luckily, not the worst case scenario for the Colliers. Take another KO there. They were able to get the decision and limit the points that the Pulsars get. If they even win that one, that actually could go either way. Right. We're now on to the super heavyweights. You can never have enough crabs. I mean, what is an acceptable amount of crabs, to be honest? Because, like, I'm not a crab person, so, like, 3 seems like enough to me, but I don't know. Crab robots actually do look pretty cool, though. Like, we have some really cool ones coming up soon. Right, so in the super heavyweights, the Pulsars have 787B. It is a very Le Mans style front hinge or rear hinge flipper. Sorry, has I believe 4 or 5 spike strips just come out of the center. Has a singular spike strip in the center for wedgeability. The Colliers come in with Big Bore. It is a giant, essentially drill boring machine. It does have stacked motors, but because of how they're offset, it does not have the same effect as like servo boosting in some of them, because like there's a big one in the center and then all of the other ones are offset. 4 are offset in the center. So while it is a very powerful drill, it is not broken. What are we thinking here? A lot of people going for 787B here. Yeah, I mean, Big Bore does have a decent ground game with the wedges there, and it does have them on snappers, so it should be better, but 787B is also interesting because it's a flipper. If it gets under you, it just basically wins, but if it doesn't get under you, it's gonna have a bad time. So let's see what happens. High-res skin's taking a bit to load. So 787B popped up in the air, and now Big Boar is underneath it and drilling away at the front of it, absolutely tearing apart those spike strips in the front, and a lot of chassis damage so far, although it is pinned to the wall. There's going to be a count sooner or later going on here. It's broken at least 2 of 787B's spikes as going back in, but now 787B's underneath it and flipping it around. And now it is upside down, although Big Boar has somehow gotten underneath it again. Very interesting. And now it's absolutely caving in the top of 70s, and that's the KO. Wow, that damage piled up quickly. 30-second KO for the Boar. Absolutely drilled through the Lamar-style flipper. That was very impressive indeed. So the Colliers are able to get 3 points. They were able to get, unlike the Rebels, they were able to get a match win this week. So very impressive KO from Big Boar. Points for the Colliers. Yes, I'm happy for them. Absolutely love their robots here. Right, so that is the conclusion of match number 8. So that means it is now time for our midstream break, because we've been going for a while and I need to give my voice a bit of a rest. So I take a quick 10-minute break. Go ahead, go to the bathroom, get whatever snacks, whatever drinks you want. We're going to come back in just 10 minutes and get the action going, okay? I will see you then. Alright, and we are now back. Hello chat, how are you doing? So, we are going to get right back into things. Our next matchup is going to be the Moscow Mantines and Pink Chaos. Once again, thank you, stream sponsors, for everything you do for us, your support. You have no idea how much your support helps us and how much is appreciated. Alright. Got the Mantines up first. Taking on Chaos. Alright. First rematch of the season, says Razor. Yes, this is one of our first rematches. So, the Mantines come in with Metallica. It is a big rammer with lots of iron spikes on the front. It's basically speed metal. Very fun looking robot. Pink Chaos, on the other hand, has a transformed Firestarter. It's another asymmetric spinner, very pretty much identical to Ursa Minor from earlier, just different chassis shape and the way everything works. Very destructive in the first season. So, how do we think this one's going to go? Also need to do this. Much as I would love to be sponsored, I'm not sponsored by these guys. A lot of people going for Metallica. I can see that. It's got a lot of defensive features on the front, but Firestarter can also hit from the side, maybe get a wheel, so let's find out what happened, shall we? Did Halifax get a cycle? Asked Mike. Very close. There's a pending judge decision, but if they win the judge decision, yes, Halifax will get a cycle. So Metallica immediately got in that chassis shot on Firestarter, but it's already gotten to the side, pushing Firestarter into the grinder now. A lot of damage, smoke pouring out of Firestarter already. Metallica in full control, already on control board hits on Firestarter. The spike on the end of Firestarter's weapon has come off now. And that is the knockout in 26 seconds. Metallica not playing around. Very quick knockout of the pink. Ooh, Firestarter really close to getting the all one-digit amount. That's really close. Hey, Razor, no, they're not going to sue me for copyright infringement. I removed the label. We're all fine. Moscow is taking a very quick 3-point lead, but... Oh, I was going to say something, but then the game decided to crash. Stream sponsors, once again, thank you very much for what you do in sponsoring our Crash page and helping support us. Greatly appreciated. Oof, what a KO shot. Yeah, Metallica's vicious. Alright, where were we? So, a very interesting fantasy matchup coming here. Falcon Punch and Overthrown. So, the Moscow Mantines coming with Falcon Punch, slimmed down in the offseason to now is a middleweight sit and spinning. Robot has 8 iron fists on the side, does a lot of damage, racks up a lot of damage, a lot of KOs and such. Pink Chaos comes in again with Overthrown, which is a dual front hinge flipper with spike strips. Was one of the most damaging lightweights last season. Could very easily do the same again this season. Who knows? What are you thinking here? A lot of people could paunch, Falcon Paunch, power to the paunch. I like that. We shall see. I don't remember how Overthrown fared against Q last year. I believe it lost, but Overthrown has the ability, if it gets under it, to just throw Falcon Punch around, maybe even over out of the arena. Who knows? Let's find out what happens. Could be a really good match. Overthrown immediately got under Falcon Punch, but it just spun away. Oh, it already clipped a wheel! Absolutely precision shot from Overthrown there, but Falcon Punch is absolutely caving in the front end of it, and sit and spinners aren't that bad when they only have one wheel, although Overthrown is absolutely throwing the paunch around, And it is now wedged on the wall. Huh. Although Overthrown is now... Oh, Overthrown wants the KO instead of the TKO, and it got it. 26 seconds of violence. That's back-to-back 26-second KOs. I don't know how often that's happened. Oof, that was intense for such a short match. So, the Moscow Mantines immediately get 3 points, and Pink Chaos answers with 3 points of their own. I was honestly not expecting that, says Fear Lemons. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is like, if Falcon Punch got up to speed and deflected Overthrown away, it was going to win, but if Overthrown got under there, it would have been fine. And it got a wheel right away, which helped it a lot. But now we move to the heavies, where, ooh, who knows what happens here. This might look a little familiar. So, the Mantines have 917, yet another Lamar-style flipper. It has 4 or 5 rear-hinged flipping spikes. Does a lot of damage, a lot of exposed chassis, though. God damn, my nose is itchy. Pink Chaos has Second Amendment, which is a rammer. It kind of has downward-facing iron spikes on the front and bear arms on the side because, of course, we had to do the bit. Could be a sludge fest here. Could just be a simple ring out because 917 has a lot of power in it. What do we think of? Why is my nose itchy? That's what I'm thinking. Falcon Punch looks like a crab as well, says Bobby. You're not wrong. Ah, yes, we are back, Blackbird. Good to see you. A lot of people going for 917. Let's find out what happens. It could be a Sludge Fest. Could be a whole lot of stuff. Could be glitches. Who knows? Huge flip from 917. A full flip and a half from Second Amendment. It's now upside down. Ooh, 917 already got a wheel off of it. Still throwing Second Amendment around a lot. Don't know how much damage Second Amendment's doing to those slipping spikes, although it has lost, I believe, some of the top half. 917's taking quite a bit of chassis damage so far. Oh, and Physics decided to interfere. That is definitely a restart. Also going to note that in my tally for later. Alright, let's try it again. Ooh, not quite as big of a hit from 917 this time. Kind of a glancing blow, but it is still underneath Second Amendment and throwing it around over towards the grinder. Not quite into it, though. Huge flip there, my goodness. Second Amendment's taken a lot of damage to the underside so far. Well, now it's trying to flip at Second Amendment spikes, which is where those weapons are susceptible. And now they're mistimed. Couldn't quite get under Second Amendment until then. Huge flip again. That's got Second Amendment over into the grinder. But now, all of its spike strips are on top of Second Amendment. Second Amendment's caving in the chassis of 917. Complete turnaround of this fight right now. At least 2 of the flipping spikes have come off. 3 now. Ooh, but 917 gets away. Flips it again, though. I only lost 2 of them. Okay, never mind. 917 is just pouring smoke. Another glitch. They kind of reset from that one, all things considered. So I'm going to let it go. Because even though it threw it away, like, they still got back together and inwards, so. And now 917 has lost all of its spikes, and now it's just a rammer. Still has the drive power compared to Second Amendment. They're pretty equal, though. I'm really running them around. Ooh, almost ramped over. That was very close to Second Amendment going over the wall. And now that the spikes are pointed downwards, now that it's upright, it might be able to hit the wedge of 917 easier. There's a KO board hit for it. Another one. 917 is now perched upwards. Can't quite get in there. And there's the KO hit. 112 left. I need to do math. 138, I believe? I believe it's 138 seconds. Second Amendment was able to turn that fight around and get the KO. Fight of the week candidate, says Voya. Yeah, that was actually pretty good. Very back and forth. Even with the glitch in the middle there, like, it didn't really affect that much. Not that for later. And now both race car bots have lost via KO. Yep, it happens. 148. Ah, yes, you're right, Nitro. 108. Sorry, I don't do math on weekends. I can't help it. Now we move to the super heavyweights. Yes, 6 points for Pink Chaos. Can they finally get more than 6? We're about to find out. It's going to be a tall order, though, because they are up against Bolshevik Barracuda. It is a giant dual overhead spiky thing with just huge angled maces down. Has a very well-armored front plow and everything. Very good wedge. Also four-wheel drive, so it actually has a lot of drive power to it. They are up against Dysfunctional Stepsister from last season. It has 8 rear hinge flipping spikes, some wheel guards this time with the extra weight that is now gone. What are we thinking here? Because in my head, Dysfunctional Stepsister would have the ground game, except we've seen its spike strips get out of sync before. And Barracuda actually has a pretty good ground game for just being a narrow wedge, so I feel like either way this is going to be a massacre, depending on where it goes. DS. Couple going for him. People seem to be going for the Stepsister, so let's see if Pink Chaos can get more than 6 points. I believe for the first time in the league, they didn't get more than 6 at all last season. Ooh, Barracuda goes right up the wedge of DS and is immediately getting flipped around. Huge hit on the top there, self-righting now. And DS is definitely in control. Flipping Barracuda around and onto the wall. And taking off the axes now. It's already taken off half of them. Wow. Now Barracuda's just reduced to those 2 small ones. Is it perched? Stepsister does a full flip. That was hilarious. I don't think Barracuda can move from there. I don't think its wheels are in contact because of the sword. That's very interesting. Is Stepsister just going to leave it alone? No, it's going to go for the ring out. That is 2 points to Pink Chaos. Wow, that's our 3rd ring out of the week already. And more importantly, that is more than 6 points for Pink Chaos. Didn't see how long that one took again. Ugh. .222, so 32 seconds. Alright, so that is, if my math is correct, an 8-3 win for Pink Chaos. I do believe that's one of the first times I've ever seen them get more than 6 points. Are we ready for the Ice Cream versus the Spiderwolves? Ah, yes, you are correct, Swin. That is our next match. Let's get right into it. So we have the Wiltshire Magnums, the Ice Cream team. They will be taking on the Night Vale Spiderwolves. As I was about to say, leave it alone. Dysfunctional Stepsister DS pulls the out of the arena flip. Yes. Very surprising because they got, I think, 3 last season, but 2 of them were rammers, and one of them was kind of a lucky bounce, so... Very interesting. Alright, so... I'll bribe you with ice cream. No, Swin, you are not bribing me with ice cream. So, the Magnums, an ice cream team, has a sick lemon in the lightweight. It is a dual front hinge flipper with razor tip spikes. Kind of a steep wedge on it, though, so it can be a little hard to get stuff all the way up. The Spiderwolves come in with Kevin. It is a sit and spinner, but because of how much ground clearance they have, it kind of goes at an angle, so it can hit both high and low with the maces that it has. Very interesting robot. What are we thinking? Is Acidic Lemon a pop-up? Yes. Yes. It's just a lightweight pop-up. And nowhere near as optimized as the pop-ups you know about. Word of God. Acidic Lemon. I'm so... You know... That's what happens when I talk fast. Acidic Lemon. Sorry. Chat seems kind of split, which seems about right, honestly. So let's find out what happens. Could be pretty good. Could be interesting. Could be a sludgefest. Ooh, Acidic Lemon was able to get a hit on Kevin, but Kevin is now batting away at the very steep front wedge and is doing quite a bit of damage to it. Although now they're kind of in a bit of a microwave. I believe they have the same amount of drive power, so we'll see if they can break this eventually. But when did Angry Penguins fight? I can't find that stream. It was roughly an hour or so ago, Sam. I'm going to apologize to you about that fight, about your match now. So Acidic Lemon's got Kevin pinned to the wall. Gonna have to break a count, which Kevin does. Although they're still kind of stuck in a bit of a microwave at the moment. Is non-binary star also a pop-up? Yes, it is. We have quite a few pop-up style robots here. They're just not as optimized as GTM pop-ups and stuff. What happened, says Sam. You got shut out and had a really bad time. Although, you are joining me on the stream right here, so thank you for being my co-host. Well, they've kind of gotten free now. Kevin is still going right in at that right side corner, doing grinding damage over time, luckily. Halfway through the fight. And this is a bit of an eyesore, if I do say so myself. Classic microwave. Ooh, Kevin kind of oscillated there. Try to get the other side, but yes, lots and lots and lots of microwaving. Under a minute left now. I would say Kevin's getting a lot of damage points just from grinding this out, but it is getting shoved around the entire time, which does not bode well for a decision. So, in the event this does make it the full 3 minutes, this is going to be a very close fight, actually. Oh, but now Acidic Lemon's pushing it over towards the grinder. Kind of got a pin to the wall now, but it's still not able to get all the way under those maces. They are getting very close to the grinder now. It's going to have to back off here. Avoid a pin. It does. And Kevin gets free. Although Acidic Lemon's still pushing around quite a bit. 20 seconds left. It's very close to getting another hit on it, though. Still a bit of a microwave, though, for a lightweight fight. And, well, there it is. That is a judge's decision yet again. I think that's 7 or 8 now this week. I already did quite a lot. Huh. A little surprised those damage totals are so low for Kevin, but who knows? That's going to be interesting to see. That's going to be a very close decision. But now we move to the middleweights. Aggression control beat damage. I mean, we'll see. Because the judging criteria that we use is damage, control, strategy, aggression, and a singular spectacle point for whoever the judges feel put on the best show in the match. In that particular fight, I could see damage being Kevin, but like control, strategy, aggression, like I don't know how that would really be split across all of them, so we'll see. Anyway, on to the middleweights. The Magnums bring in Mint Chuck Crusher, which is a dual vertical drill spinner. It has razor tips on the end, so it can do quite a lot of chassis damage very quickly. A lot of exposed sides and huge wheels to hit. The Spiderwolves come in with Sheriff's Secret Police. It is a triangle. It is a triangle piston poker on one piston that just goes straight forwards. Has axes on the side, so it could do a lot of damage, but oh, we'll see. Might be able to cut straight through and take out the drills on Mint Chalk. Who knows? lot of people going for Mint Chalk. Yeah, we'll see. It depends on if it can get to the side of Shared Secret Police, I think. Otherwise, I think it might lose its weapon pretty quickly, so... Let's see what this fight brings us. I mean, head on the center, and Sheriff Secret Police is pushing Mint Chalk all the way back to the wall, pinning it to the wall, just going right into those drills. Can't really tell who's getting the better of the exchange. Something came off. I didn't see here or see what. It looks like one of the spikes on Mint Chalk, who just drove straight to the grinder, and now Sheriff Secret Police is pinning it to the back. One of the wheels has come off of Mint Chalk, and most of the spikes are coming off the drill, but Sheriff Secret Police has lost its entire battering spike, so it's now just a triangle, which will fit very nicely into the point of Mint Chalk, but it's still pinned in the corner. And Sheriff Secret Police is trying to push it into the corner, do a little bit more damage, see what it can do. There's only one spike remaining on Mint Chalk, which is doing damage. I hear a count now. I believe this would be impeding a pin because I do not see... Mint Chalk wasn't moving at all there, but I believe Sheriff Secret Police was preventing it from moving and putting it in place. So I believe that is a restart. What's chat think? Because like Mint Chalk's wheel was in contact, 100%. And there... Pin, that's a restart. Was high-sided on something. I couldn't really tell if it was, actually. Mint Chalk wasn't moving, no pin, no pin. I really don't know. Yeah, correct, it didn't move at all. On the basis that it did not even attempt to break the pin, we'll call that fight official. I'm going to need to pull the time up, but I'd say that is an official TKO for the Spiderwolves. That was a really awkward one to call, though. Because any other fight, we've seen the robots at least move a little bit. And like in that case, like Sheriff Secret Police would have been impeding it, but Mint Chalk wasn't moving, so I don't know. That's real weird. How long was that? 57 seconds. Gotcha. 7. So that is the first victory that the Spiderwolves have taken. And it is potentially controversial too, which is honestly to be expected from the Spiderwolves. I think Mint Chalk was high side on the weapon, just he couldn't move at all. I couldn't really tell. Like, it was really hard to tell there. It also could have been that the disc just fell through the floor, because sometimes when you go over components, they just fall into the floor, so... Anyway. We're on to multi-bots of Magnum. We're on to the heavyweights. Not you. There we go. So, the Magnums and the heavyweights bring Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer. Banana Splitter is the one on the left. It is the bigger bot of the two. This is more of a main bot and a mini bot rather than the split multi-bots that we've had before. It has 3 axes that come down. It's an axe bot. And Cherry and Creamer is just a ram bot just to get in there and distract stuff and get in the way. The Spiderwolves come in with Koshik. It is two big, long claws over the side and one big claw over the top. Can really bite stuff and grab you, but they're also very exposed. Chat seems a little split, it looks like. A couple going for Koshik. This will be interesting. Koshik has a lot of side features and back defense, so it can prevent stuff from behind, but it's going to have to go for Banana Splitter because Banana Splitter's going to go right under it. So this could be reasonably close. Let's find out what happens. So Koshik is going straight after Banana Splitter, immediately taking big hits on it. Banana Splitter is returning them in kind and throwing it back into the wall. Cherry and Creamer is doing its best to get that spectacle point. One of the axes has come off of Banana Splitter now. Cherry and Creamer just rolling into shot is hilarious. Two of the axes are now off of Banana Splitter. Taking a lot of hits. Huge control board hits now. The last axe is now gone. And I believe that is Banana Splitter KO'd. So now it is just Koshek and the mini-bot. And, ooh boy, this could get ugly. Although it's kind of stuck with Banana Splitter in the way right now. So using your dead main bot partner is a good strategy, I suppose. Could y'all back up, please? Oh, they back up. Thank you. I can't say I've seen this happen before. They're both just trying to move through Banana Splitter into each other, but, like, that's not how this works. I mean, it's a good tactic by Cherry and Creamer to stall for a judge's decision, but, like, Although I think Koshek is moving Banana Splitter around just enough to break counts, so might be stuck here for a little while. Yeah, they're playing peekaboo, yes, I appreciate that, Nitro. So I have to ask, for those of you who tuned into the Windy City Showdown yesterday, what'd you guys think of the event? What'd you think of Hit and Run getting absolutely blasted apart? It was a really fun match. It was a really fun tournament and spectacle to be at. Really enjoyed being there, and we had a lot of fun. Hope you guys can see the Hit and Run matches at some point. Oh, they've kind of moved Banana Splitter out of the way now. So now Koshek has the ability to go in, but Cherry and Creamer is still hiding behind its dead partner. Oh, but now it's free. And Koshek's going right, and Koshek does not have a lot of battery power left. Wow. Really, really slow at those things, but it is absolutely chewing the mini-bot apart, and that is a KO with 50 seconds remaining. 160 seconds, I believe that would be. So because both of the robots were KO'd, that is 3 points for the Spiderwolves. Oh, what am I doing? Banana Splitter scored no points. So that is 3 points to Spiderwolves. So, because of the decision in the lightweight match, the Spiderwolves can no longer lose, so they have a match win. So, that is that. Spiderwolves coming back from being shut out last week to getting a match win this time. So, very, very interesting. See if they can maybe pull a little bit more here. Or if the Magnums can get a couple points back, because they're currently they're second place in Division 3 or 4 at the moment. I think they're in 3. Yeah, they're in Division 3. Right. I keep passing it. What was the time? It was 160 seconds, Voya. Alright, so, in the super heavyweights, the Magnums come in with Ice Cream Sandwicher. It is one of our few triple weapon-type robots. It has 2 horizontal spinning side axes that come in, which is both side axes and horizontal, and it has a flipping spike in the middle, so it is a side hinge, a side axe, rear hinge, side axe, and horizontal spinner. Very, very fun looking. The Spiderwolves in the super heavies have Glow Cloud, all hail. It is a saw spinner, and it is gigantic. Very interesting robot. It was 50 seconds stuff, not 30. Correct, so then it's 130 seconds then. Thank you for correcting me, Voya. I'm bad at doing math when it gets down like a minute left, so what are you thinking here? Why does Glow Cloud look like a butt? You have just ruined all of Glow Cloud for me, Blackspirit. I can't look at it the same anymore. This could be interesting, because Glow Cloud doesn't have much of a ground game, so... Otherwise, chat seems kind of split, so let's see if the Magnums can get some points here. Immediately goes right in. The flippers on Ice Cream Sandwicher immediately pop Glow Cloud up in the air. It's going right in at the front wheels of Glow Cloud. It's already ripped one of them off. 2 of them off now, but Glow Cloud's saws are not quite low enough to hit anything. Oh, no, it's doing a little bit of damage to Ice Cream Sandwicher. Both of the horizontal axes have come off, although now one of the saw blades has come off of Glow Cloud. And now they're kind of pinned in there. Oh! These physics bombs haven't been too bad, so I've been letting them slide. One part of the extender on the axe of Ice Cream Sandwicher came off because Glow Cloud has saws in the middle that don't really have reach. That's interesting. Interesting that Glow Cloud also has the drive advantage. It's pushed Ice Cream Sandwicher into the grinder now, although I can't really tell if it's doing any damage at the moment. Glow Cloud again just pushing Ice Cream Sandwicher back to the wall. The broken off side axe is not doing anything to the front of Glow Cloud. Oh, there's a saw stuck under the grinder. That's why I wasn't in there. Good eye. Very interesting fight here. Glow Cloud again pushing it over towards the grinder. And now the other saw blade has come off of Glow Cloud. So now it's just a rammer with those ramp plates in the front. And now it has turned its back to Ice Cream Sandwicher. Although now Glow Cloud has managed to get under the robot and is pushing it over towards the grinder yet again. Just under halfway. Interesting that the kind of U-shape of Glow Cloud's chassis is enough to get the forks of Ice Cream Sandwicher in the middle there. I believe there might have been a control board hit there. I couldn't quite tell on Glow Cloud. Under a minute left now. Still very back and forth between these two, although Glow Cloud pushes Ice Cream Sandwicher into the grinder again. And now it's pinned to the rest of the other side axe. And now Glow Cloud's pushing it around from the side. Very interesting. Now we're in a bit of a microwave here, which I don't really know how this would go decision-wise. I'm also really worried they might catch one of the Havocs in the floor because the motors that came off of Ice Cream Sandwicher. Under 10 seconds left. And that is yet another judge's decision in this match. So, the Spiderwolves definitively have 5 points, and there are 2 more up for grabs for either Magnums or the Spiderwolves. Interesting comeback for the Spiderwolves after being shot out last week. Yes, a big win for Sister Psycho, yes. Very surprised her team was... I'm honestly surprised her team was able to get a match win at all here. Very interesting. God damn it. Alright, so we are on to match number 11. Where we have Powerhouse Robotics taking on the Egyptian Legends. PSA, do not put your ice cream sandwich in a microwave. It will melt. Yes. That is exactly what Glow Cloud was going for. It was trying to melt the sandwich. And only in Night Vale, yes. So, Powerhouse Robotics comes into the lightweights with Impact V6. It is a 4-wheel drive rammer with 2 spikes in the front. Only downside is it has plastic armor in order to get the shape that way, so could be pretty fast, could do some damage, but doesn't have quite the same durability as some of the other robots here. The Egyptian Legends come in with definitely not Tut Tut. It is definitely not Tut Tut from Mobile Wars Extreme Warriors. Big overhead war pick style weapon in the front, in a pyramid shape, really cool looking. What are we thinking? Impact lost its judge decision. Yes, Impact lost, very narrowly lost its judge decision to Geohash. A lot of people going for the Tut. Yes, I see both team owners, Ghost and Liam O'Brien are in the chat. Good to see you guys here. Let us see what happens here. Definitely not Tut-Tut can be rather unstable, so Impact might have a decent shot. Ooh, immediately goes right in, and it gets under Tut-Tut despite taking a big hit to the start. Oh, but it backs off. Another big hit from the Pyramid, except it's flipped over now. If Impact leaves it alone, it might actually get stranded upside down. It doesn't look like definitely not Tut-Tut can self-right, although no, Impact is going right in for the KO right now. Although it's kind of had Tut-Tut stuck up on top of it. Ooh, just missed a big hit there. Another big hit. Pushing it Tut-Tut to the grinder now. Oh, another big hit. Control board hits now on Impact V6, and that is a 41-second knockout for definitely not Tut-Tut. We are definitely not working on getting copyright so we can actually, like, say that. That is 3 points. Very quickly to the Legends. Good to see you, Mr. Circuit. Even though you're late, I'm glad you made it. We are on match 10. Alright, we are now on to the middleweights. Alright, so, in the middleweights, Powerhouse Robotics comes in with Side Strike, which is a twin side axe with kind of like pokey side that goes around big snowplow. Had one of the fastest KOs of the season last week up against Planetary Conqueror. The Legends come in with Toth's Wisdom. It is another rammer, but this time it has enclosed wheels and kind of has a fork-style spikes on each side and each corner. Very interesting design choice for Toth's Wisdom. What are we thinking here, chat? Yeah, you just missed one of your favorite lightweights, Circuit. Sorry. Couple people for Side Strike. Ghost doesn't even have faith in his own robot. I mean, it depends on how long Side Strike's extenders are, because there's a decent chance with the fork configuration on Toth that it's going to clip that and come off. So, this could be a pretty even match. Let's find out. Meet in the middle, and no, Side Strike's weapons are just able to go past the fork configuration on Toth's Wisdom. Although Toth is definitely making some work on that plow in the front, but Side Strike just does not care, just taking it to the sides of Toth's Wisdom. Ooh, but now it's kind of got one of the side axes caught in the middle of Toth. No, it got free. Toth definitely has the drive advantage here, but Side Strike just doesn't care, just going right into the side. Control board hits now. Could be another fairly quick KO. The plow's gone, but that is the KO for Side Strike, just in the nick of time. I think one of the side axes might have just come off, too. That was 35 seconds, I believe. Very quick KO. Evens the match up at 3. Powerhouse not happy with taking 3-point loss to start the match. Yeah, just far enough. Yeah, that was actually like reasonably close. If the plow came off a little earlier, would have had a better shot, but no. Side Strike got the KO when it needed it. Alright, on to heavyweights. Will there be a direct link to the RRL 2A AI pack in Discord? No Discord. We can find a way to put the AI pack somewhere else, but usually it's going to be available in the Discord somewhere. So, anyway, the heavyweights. Powerhouse comes in with Death Grip, which is a big overhead kind of clamping axe-style robot. The IRL Death Grip is more of a clamp and control robot, but this one has very spiky axes and can really move stuff around with that wedge. The Legends have the Nile King, which is a triple rear hinge flipper, has 2 sets of spikes on each flipping arm. Kind of similar to Dysfunctional Stepsister from earlier. A little bit less power, though. So, What are we thinking? Lucky escaping that KO hit his Side Strike lost parts. Yeah, that was a very close KO for Side Strike, actually. Any longer and it would have been in trouble. Chat seems kind of split, actually. Kind of between the two. We shall see how this goes. This could really affect the outcome of the match here. Oh, and Death Grip goes right over the front of Nile King. And the King is just absolutely tossing it around. Although now, Death Grip has kind of gotten underneath and it has a big hit on the front. But it's once again inverted Death Grip, who is able to get down from the wall. Kind of meet in the middle. Nile King wins the ground game yet again. And has pushed Death Grip over to the grinder. And now the front of Death Grip is in the grinder. That could be huge for damage points right there. Parts are coming off of Death Grip's axes, it looks like. Ooh, Nile King almost got it over the ring there. Just yeeted one of the ripped off spikes into the distance. I believe there's a count out right now, and this looks like it's going to be a TKO. Yes, 50 seconds on the TKO by Nile King. Not look like Death Grip had enough spikes left itself right there. Unfortunate. Right, so that is now a 5-3 lead for the Legends. However, still a chance that Powerhouse can come back in the super heavyweight match. Really back and forth so far. I'm liking this match. Denial King. I actually kind of like that. Denying Powerhouse the chance to win the match. We are now to the super heavyweights. Yes, no pin, fair win. Yes, that was definitely not a pin because Death Grip couldn't get up. Right, super heavyweights. We have Caraboss for Powerhouse. It is a dual rear hinge flipper, a very big robot, reminiscent of the actual Caraboss that Liam in the chat has built before. It actually has like a lot of power for only being 2 motors. The Legends come in with Anubis, which is a dual angled spinner, both front and back. A very defensive robot. Not much of a ground game, though. So, what are we thinking here? Couple things. Yes, Battle of the Big Boys here, says KJ. Yes, definitely. Legends up 5-3, so Caraboss needs to get a KO to win. Yes, it does. It's going to be tough for Caraboss to get a KO, but if it moves Anubis over to a grinder, it's got a chance. Yeah, speaking of pins, yeah, Caraboss had some pinning issues last week, but hopefully that does not affect the fight we're about to have. Closing out this match. Caraboss goes right in. Kind of got a lift on Anubis, but it's not able to get it over because the robot is so large. Anubis is too large to be able to flip over. Well, it's kind of got the wedges, the flippers caught in the tri-bar of Anubis. Slowly working Anubis over towards the grinder. Although they have now kind of stalemated. Pretty awkward here. They've broken it. One of the flipping arms has come off of Caraboss now, at least the actual flipping part of it. So now it's just down to 1. Anubis' spinners are doing work, keeping the Legends up in this match. Now yet again kind of stalemate. I'm thinking, because Caraboss is very slightly under Anubis, it's lifting the front wheels of Anubis off, so it's just 2 wheels against 2 wheels here. Missed a flip there. And now the second flipping arm has come off of Caraboss. Not looking too good for Powerhouse right now, although they are getting the control game over Anubis. And Anubis is not doing a ton of damage. It's gotten the flippers, it's gotten a bit of chassis hits, but Caraboss is doing a good job kind of stalling it out. Lots of extender work coming off of Caraboss now. Ooh, one of the flipper segments has come off of it now as well. Anubis is now fully up to speed. Although it lost most of the front tri-bar. Now it's using the back tri-bar. Very clever strategy from Anubis. Using both sides very effectively. Something came off there. I didn't even see what. Probably an extender. It's a very close matchup, actually. Even though Anubis is doing a lot of damage to Caraboss right now, wasn't doing a whole lot of control. And Caraboss is still being pretty aggressive, lost half of the remaining Wedgelet. Still taking quite a few hits, though. Under a minute left now. AI smart enough to use both sides now? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know specifically what AI type Anubis has, but it's one that can use both sides of the robot for stuff like this. That, or it's just completely cheesed the AI gods, but it's still using the backspinner very efficiently. Oh, and now Caraboss has kind of locked up the rear spinner, so... Big deal, under 20 left now. Oh, and the entire rear spinner's been removed by Caraboss. But Anubis doesn't care and just flips around to the front spinner instead. Ooh, almost knocks Caraboss over there. And now all the damaging components are off of Anubis' spinners. Oh, and the last one has come off. And while there was a physics glitch, we are now to the judges, as that physics did not really affect the outcome of that fight. Wow, that was really close. That was a really good match, actually. I really enjoyed that. So, because of it went to a decision, the Legends have won this match. But there's still 1 point up for grab, either for Powerhouse or the Legends. And I honestly don't know how that's going to go. That was a very good match. Yeah, Sidearmor doing its job. Really good. That was actually a really good fight. I enjoyed that. Right, so that concludes match number 11. We are on to match 12 now. And this could be a very hard-hitting one. Because we have the Lads. They'll be taking on No Beanie Robotics. Hey, congrats to team manager Ian Legend, says Steve. I believe that the owner of Egyptian Legends is Ghost473 in the chat here. And Caraboss being dragged to hell for almost beating the God of Death. Yes. Alright, so to kick off our next match, the Lads bring in 1 o'clock, which is an undercutter style horizontal spinner, very similar to X Factor from last season, but it has razor tips on it. It was the victim of a very, very lucky hit from an excavator last time. It was part of the first fight of the week of the season. No Beanie Robotics comes in with non-binary star, which has dual front hinged flippers on spike strips. It can be very damaging. It also has closed wheels, which would be very useful against a robot like 1 o'clock. I would also like to note that irony that 1 o'clock is fighting at 1 o'clock my time. Love to see that. Mostly seems to be towards 1 o'clock, couple for non-binary star. If non-binary star can snipe that weapon motor, it's got a good chance. Let's see what happens. Oh, it first hit. Non-binary star went right in and immediately took the weapon off of 1 o'clock. And now it's just throwing it around. Absolutely precision shot. Almost threw it out of the arena. My goodness. And it has. Even though there was a control board shot, that is a ring out. We have a lightweight ring out. That was incredible. 17-second ring out from a lightweight. Fantastic. That is probably the only way I can see us getting a ring out from a lightweight, because non-binary star has 2 motors for the flippers, where most only have 1 in the lightweights. And 1 o'clock is such a narrow robot, like actually getting the robot up there, it's one of the few that can actually do that. That was pretty cool. Unfortunately, because that was not a KO, that is only 2 points for No Beanie. That is definitely going in the highlights, let me tell you that. That was fantastic. Now we move to the middleweights. Got a bit of Spider-Man pointing at himself meme. So, the lads bring in Shock Therapy, which is a triple piston poker with razor tips and some swords going on the sides. It can be pretty destructive, even though it lost last week to RRL. No Beanie comes in with Remote Control, which is a quad piston poker. It has iron spikes instead of razor tips, but all of them are in the chassis, whereas Shock Therapies are outside. So, what are we thinking here? This is honestly a pretty accurate matchup. Couple for Shock Therapy so far. The crappy Snapper 2 motor gets some vindication. I don't actually know if that's a Snapper 2 motor, KJ, because I remember looking at Non-Binary Star earlier, and it had the standard Snapper that all of us usually use, so I don't know which version of it's actually in here. It could be different, but the one I saw had the Snapper 2 that we usually use. A lot of people going for Shock Therapy so far. Seems about right with all the exposed chassis on Remote Control, but, I mean, you never know. Remote Control has longer-lasting weapons, so we'll see what happens. They meet right in the middle and immediately just get to poking each other, although Shock Therapy immediately is getting chassis hits and has KO'd Remote Control in 7 seconds. Well, now. Shock Therapy, not happy about watching 1 o'clock get thrown out of the arena. Immediately kills the Remote Control. Took its batteries out and everything. And the lads are now up 3-2. Very quick comeback. That's what I was talking about with the exposed chassis on Remote Control, is if it gets in there, you're just going to have a bad time. Ah, wait. It's time for a multi-bot. Get to go away. Where are you? There you are. Is there a league record for shortest cumulative fight times in a match? There is. It was actually set last week. It was NYC Pride up against Pink Chaos. I believe it was only 90 seconds worth of fights because there were 2 ring outs within like 5 seconds. Yes, thank you, Voya, for pointing it out in the chat. Alright, so, time for the heavyweights. The lads bring Tuka Chad. It is a double rear hinge flipper. The flipping segments themselves do not have any damaging components, but the entire front of Tuka Chad is like spikes and ram plates, so it can do damage when stuff lands on top of it. Yes, I meant pro Hellrazers, I swear. No Beanie has Phobos and Deimos. Phobos is the rear hinge flipper on the left, has 2 rear hinge flippers and lots of long pontoons on the side, and Deimos is a full body spinner, pretty similar to Voidwalker from earlier, but a little bit heavier because it's a multi-bot. What are we thinking here? This could be interesting. I would say Tuka Chad probably has the flipping power to throw both robots over the wall, but it's going to be attacked from 2 different sides, and it has exposed wheels. And spinners like exposed wheels. Lots of people going for the multi-bots. Alright, well, let's see if they can pull something out here. Get some points back for No Beanie. They're currently down by 1. Tuka Chad has chosen to go after Deimos, which it immediately flips over. And just leaving off to the side. Although now, Phobos has gotten to the back of it, not quite able to flip it over because of the pontoons yet. Though it looks like... Oh, it's interesting. It's pinning Deimos in place to kind of stay there. But now that has allowed Phobos to get underneath. Although Tuka Chad has drive power over the lower weight robot. There's now move to break a pin. Deimos is getting counted out at the moment. Ooh, Tuka Chad almost got Phobos out of the arena there. Very close. Looks like Deimos has been TKO'd, so the lads can only get 2 points here. Phobos has been thrown onto the grinder and has lost a wheel now and is parked on top of it. Tukachad looks like it's going for the ring out, though. Ooh, big hits there from Phobos when it's upside down now. Tukachad really taking it to the multibots now. Not let him do anything here. Now we're in a bit of a microwave. Right, well, I shall use this time to ask yet another question. So, curious, what is everybody's favorite BattleBot or Robot Wars machine? I'm very curious. My favorite BattleBot machine right now is Rotator. I absolutely love single disc Rotator and the way it's able to use the forks to get under stuff. Very fun. And I love watching, like, you can see Victor Soto, like, you can see his strategy in real time when he's fighting. You can see exactly when he changes his tactics and this and that. It's really fun to watch them. Quantum from Me57. Yeah, Quantum's a really nice machine. Death Roll, yeah. I do miss double disc Rotator, but the single disc one is just so fun to watch. Just watching the strategies play out with it. And it can hit really hard now, too. Hydra, love Hydra. Perfect Phoenix is really nice, too. Well, kind of broke the microwave there for a second, but they're still pretty much going. A little faster microwave now. Put up the high temperature. Hydra again. Red Devil. Oh, I wish Red Devil would come back. I think it was so cool. I wish it was a little more competitive, but Red Devil was really nice. Rebel Wars Aftershock. I like Aftershock a lot, yeah. I hate that people will, like, comment about, like, I've heard people comment about Aftershock, be like, wow, it looks like Endgame, even though Aftershock came first. Like, no. T-. Oh, I love T- a lot. Huggy Bear. Nightmare. Yeah, I love Nightmare. Sawblaze and I love Magnetar and Pulsar. Ooh, there was a flip there. Unfortunately, we are at the end of this fight, so we're going to have a judge's decision. Yet another judge's decision. I think we're getting close to 10 now. Hard for me to say maybe Ziggo. Ooh, OG would be Ziggo. Ah, man, Ziggo was really good. I wish we could have a shell spinner that was as good as Ziggo was in its weight class. Although it's probably mostly good because it was a lightweight. Like, Gigabyte could be pretty good at times, but it's just cursed with having to spin up, especially with the shelf in the way. Not very fun. Warhead was, yes, love Warhead. Slap 'em Silly was pretty cool. Beta. Basically any Inertia Labs bot. Yeah, I really like the Inertia Labs robots. I wish they would come back. Like, I understand why they retired Bronco, because it just wasn't competitive anymore, but I wish they would build something. Anyway, we're now to the super heavyweights of this match. And this one could get very, very, very violent. Oh, boy. Red Devil got sold to William Osman. Technically, no, it did not. William Osman did get a Red Devil, but he did not get the authorization and legal stuff to actually do anything with it and compete on the show. Like, the intellectual, what is it? I think it's the intellectual rights or whatever, still belong to Jerome Miles and the people who actually made Red Devil. So, like, yeah, while William Osman has one, he really doesn't at the same time. So, time for the super heavyweights. The lads have Rhino, which is a very interesting overhead axe. Very, very long axis going out here this way. Very, very long wedges going out front, and lots of defense features in the front. Very old school way of building RR2 machines. Had a 6-second KO last week. Can be pretty damaging. No Beanie has Ace of Spades, which has 4 side axes and 4 overhead axes. It is Koshek, but a lot deadlier. What are we thinking here? Oh man, this could... Regardless of who wins this, this is going to be massively damaging. There's going to be axes and wheels and stuff everywhere. I assume anyway. There could be another quick KO, who knows? See an ace, ace, ace. Scoop on Rhino seems perfectly placed in side axis. Yeah, it kind of is, but that's if Ace can actually get on there, because those long wedges on Rhino are going to go right in between the ramp plates on Ace of Spades, so we'll see. This will not last longer than 10 seconds, says Ranger259. I mean, you're not wrong. Maybe you will be, who knows? Let's get this death match underway. A CZW special here. Rhino is able to get right under, and is able to flip Ace over on the recoil when it goes over, and now it's going to the underside of Ace, and is just absolutely tearing it apart. Ace is almost able to self-right, but Rhino is able to get the KO in 13 seconds. So unfortunately, Ace of Spade is so powerful that it just flips itself over. Very terrifying when it does actually get something in those jaws, though, but wasn't able to do so there. Alright, so that is a match win for the lads. They have at least 6 points, pending one more for a judge decision, and No Beanie has 2, maybe 3, pending on the decision. So, No Beanie yet another week not getting a win. They got shut out last week, though, so at least they got some points this time. A really nice ring out of 1 o'clock. Yes, gore. Yes, I didn't do the gore for Rhino, but it was really good. Alright. On to match number 13. It's one of my teams. We're going to have Sinister Creations up against, I gotta check again because I'm dumb, up against Plan Z. The Zeds, as I like to call them. That's a 7-2 or 6-3 win for the lads, yes. Very good after a very narrow loss last week. Should move them up in their standing pretty well, too. Alright, so Sinister Creations enters the lightweights with Cavity Search, which is a giant iron spike drill on top of a very low wedgie robot. Kind of terrifying if you ask me. Plan Z has Geohash, which is a rear hinge flipper, but instead of like a panel or a strip or a spike strip, it uses a snowplow. Which, even though seems kind of weird, it did really well in its match against Impact last week, which is actually one of the best fights of last week. Could be pretty damaging, and Cavity Search, it can kind of like move around upside down, but it's not the greatest trying to self-right, so this will be interesting. A lot of people going for Geohash. Geocache, yes. I have gone geocaching and geohashing. Very fun. A lot of people going for Geohash. Alright, let's see if Geohash is able to get the TKO on Cavity Search, like everyone's saying. It immediately throws Cavity Search back, but it did not quite fall over. Oh, now it has. It is now pushing the smaller robot up against the wall, although that drill is doing a lot of damage to the underside of Geohash and its plow, and they're both inverted now. Geohash is not able to self-right with the plow, but it is able to drive upside down, no problem with those big wheels. Cavity Search is now back up, and just going right at the underside of that plow, and is now taking it off. So now Geohash does not have its front defense for this very high-powered weapon of Cavity Search. Now it's just grinding away. My goodness. Geohash is now smoking from all the damage it has taken. Control board hits. This is going to be over very quickly, I believe. Cavity Search really going in there. Ooh, almost lost a wheel. Had to trample over some debris to get there. Geohash is still doing a good job trying to keep Cavity Search back. Not letting it get that big hit for the KO. Although now it has done it in 62 seconds. Oof. Geohash put up a good fight there, even when it lost the snowplow, but it wasn't able to get through and deal with the weaponry of Cavity Search. Now it is time for the game to crash. Why every time I go to say something, the game crashes? I hate this. Once again, stream sponsors, thank you very much for all you do for us. Your support is greatly appreciated. I know we still have a couple of them in chat. I still see Razor259 here. God, Razor is so good at being here because it's like 1, 2, 3 in the morning where he's at, and he's here all the time for the streams. Thank you so much, dude. Right, back to what I was saying. We have a Season 1 rematch. So, Sinister Creations has Cycloid, which is a dual side axe, kind of war pick style axes on the side. One of the most damaging middleweights of last season, despite having the fragile axe. It has some little bit of top armor and front armor as well. Plan Z comes in with Planetary Conqueror, which is an overhead spinner from last season. Also one of the most destructive robots of last season. This time, though, it's 2-wheel drive and swapped out the drive motors for a bit of armor on the front and the side, and it made the tri-bar a quad bar instead. What are we thinking here? This could be a very interesting rematch. Leafeon, you are still here. Plan Z being owned by Leafeon, so GG's, my friend. So in the Season 1 iteration of this match, Cycloid defeated Planetary Conqueror by KO because the tri-bar of Planetary Conqueror got caught on those top ram plates and stopped it, so Cycloid could just go with the body. But now, Cycloid has, Planetary Conqueror has more weaponry and some front defense, so this could be interesting. A lot of people going for Cycloid, though. Let's see how it does. This could be a very fun fight. Cycloid going right in, getting the weaponry stopped on Planetary Conqueror, but not really getting a whole lot of body shots in there. It's going right at the front defenses, though, and pinning Planetary Conqueror to the wall so it cannot spin up. Now it's really getting into the chassis. The ram plate is now gone, doing a lot of damage to the Conqueror. Not letting it off the wall at all. There's going to be a pin here in a second. Planetary Conqueror is trying to get out of it. It does. The Cycloid getting some more jabs in. Ooh, control board hits now. And that is the KO in 32 seconds. Cycloid is not playing around in the rematch. I don't remember how long the KO in Season 1 was, but it was right around that, actually. So, Sinister Creations, who is at the top of the Division 3 leaderboard right now, has secured at minimum a draw because they have 6 points. Very, very impressive. 2 side axe fights in succession for Planetary Conqueror. Yeah, Side Strike was a little unfortunate for it because Side Strike was just long enough to get in there, whereas Cycloid just bull rushed it and went all the way through. Now it is time for a very interesting matchup in the heavyweights. So, Sinister Creations has the returning Omnipresence, which is a sit-and-spin flail flakbot, kind of scaled-down version of a death penalty from earlier. Can be pretty destructive, but its flails are also still rather fragile, so we'll see. Whereas Plan Z has Mad Train, which is a 6-wheel drive rammer with a bunch of axe heads on the front, and it just yeets itself into everything. What are we thinking here? So while Mad Train has very juicy exposed wheels on the sides, it also has the speed to get out of Omnipresence's radius to get it to slow down, so this could actually be a pretty even fight here. And it has the front defenses to deal with the flails as well. Mad Train, Core is predicting a grip roll. I mean, you're not wrong. We've seen it happen before. I wonder how many wheels Mad Train will have when it's all over. We're going to find out. So, a couple people going for Omni. Let's see what happens. Could be a very destructive match, or a couple of restarts. Ooh, Mad Train being a little more patient, going right at the side of Omnipresence, getting it stopped, but still taking a couple hits. Ooh, went right at the wheel and has already taken a wheel off of Omnipresence and is just grinding away, pushing it around. Look at the damage Omnipresence has taken. Absolutely massive with all those axes on the front there. Pushing it to the wall now. Omnipresence can barely move. It's just pinned into the corner by the grinder. I don't know if it can get out of there because the flails might be blocking it. Bit of a physics thing, not a big issue. Mad Train reset just fine. Physics is getting very unhappy still. That one was also fine. Ooh, it's getting real. Ooh, and Omnipresence has now lost its other wheel. So this is not going to be a pin as Omnipresence has no way to move. Will Physics behave? It does. That is a 45-second TKO as Mad Train gets yeeted. I like that. Ooh, Physics was getting very unhappy there for a second. Unfortunately, that means Plan Z can no longer win the match, as they needed a KO to keep up. So that is yet another match win for Sinister, on top of the standings like last season. They kind of let it slip there, kind of towards the end. Blood Eagle Light. Yeah, honestly, Mad Train is very Blood Eagle-esque. Can do a lot of damage just like grinding, pushing something along. But now we move on to the Super Heavies. Ooh, boy, this is another very interesting matchup. Reality was glitching there. Yeah, Omnipresence. So the problem with Omnipresence is the flails are attached to an axle extender. And because it's an axle, when those come off, the game just has a fit. So anytime those flails come off, it's just a bomb. And I think there were a couple in the corner there, and Mad Train was not happy with them. My bingo card predicts 100 wheels this season. Dude, Razor, you're going to get 100 wheels by, like, tomorrow. By, like, the next stream. Not even close. Alright, so in the super heavyweights, we have Eldritch Horror going for Sinister Creations. It is the other 3-weapon type robot in here. It is a rear hinge, a front hinge, and a side hinge flipper. Kind of like a bear trap all in one. A bit of a pop-up, I guess. Plan Z comes in with Giant Enemy Crab, which is a dual kind of drum vertical spinner, similar to Dramatic from last season. Acts a little bit more like a rotary lifting device, although the Crab has hinged wedges in the front so it can actually really get under stuff. So this will be a battle of the ground game, that is for sure. What's everybody thinking? Crab, the Crab, Eldritch Horror. This will be interesting. I honestly didn't like id. I don't blame you. Id was kind of fun with how it put, like, was just really aggressive, but like, I just spammed spikes on it like an idiot. So let's see what happens here. A lot of people seem to be split. Could be some more points for Sinister, or it could be Plan Z making the most out of a lost match. Ooh, that was a physics thing and a half there, but both of them reset. I think we're okay there, because none of them went into the grind or anything, they reset. Giant Enemy Crab is underneath Eldritch Horror, and is grinding away at the front of it a ton. As Eldritch Horror has now lost both of the rear hinge, no, one of the rear hinge ones in the front, although it has now gotten underneath Giant Enemy Crab and is pushing it towards the wall. Ooh, and the spikes are not happy with physics right now. Although it is right at the underside of the Crab and is absolutely tearing into it. Though with how kind of offset the flippers are, not doing a whole lot of damage, but there's also a pin right now. There's going to be a pin if they don't release it, and it's a pin. Welp, let's try it again. I believe it was Giant Enemy Crab that had the pinning issues last week with Caraboss. So this could be a recurring thing with this robot. But this time Eldritch Horror goes right underneath the Crab, going underneath it again, although the rear hinge ones are preventing it from getting a ton of hits on it. And the Crab is now fully inverted up against the wall a little bit. Eldritch has to be very careful here, because if it runs right underneath those drums, it's going to take a lot of chassis damage. Like that. Although it's still really carving up the top of the Crab. Ooh, one of the motors has come off of Giant Enemy Crab. And one of the wheels in the center has come off of the Crab. It's now being beat up over by the corner. Eldritch Horror not letting up at all here, and that is a KO. 38-second KO from Eldritch Horror. My goodness. Sinister just does not care for anything other than KOs this season, it looks like. I think that's 6 in a row. Like, all 6 of their wins have been KOs so far. Very impressive indeed. So that is yet another 9-point match for Sinister Creations. They won 10-2 over Plan Z. Plan Z not looking too hot right now. They only have 3 points to show, unfortunately. The free agent team not looking too good right now. But they also face 2 of the best teams. So, well, I mean, I'm not like 100% expecting Powerhouse to be really good, but that was a bad matchup for Plan Z. So, right. Who do we have next? We are on to match 14. We have Team Permanganate. I said it right this time. And Team 32, Team Sanctuary. See if the lads are still in the chat. Maybe Caraboss wasn't the issue last week. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking the problem is that Giant Enemy Crab's wheels don't stick out the back, so when it gets up in the slightest, it can't move. And because stuff is just sitting underneath the pin to the wall, it can't break the count because there's no wheels on the ground. So, alright, yes, back-to-back crab fights, says Esther. So, Permanganate comes in with Chloe the Crustacean. It is yet another dual side axe, kind of Warpick style as well. Little spike poking out the front. Very small, compact robot. Team Sanctuary comes in with Excavator, our Week 1 Fight of the Week winner. It is a crusher, has a pick, kind of just a singular spike on a pick that goes straight down, similar to Unknown X familiar, but it has these swords on the side that can actually do damage. That's how it got its KO over 1 o'clock last week. So who do we think is going to win here? Permanganate. Crab, Excavator. This will be interesting. Because as much as Chloe really has the reach to hit the wedges, it also, I think, is just going to go straight up the wedge of Excavator. And because of, like, the claw shape of Excavator's weapon, it's not going to get hit by the side axes easily and go right down on the chassis. My goodness. Chloe to repeat Karsten Ice versus Unknown X. I mean, let's find out, shall we? Could be, but I think it might be a little different. Ooh, they kind of stalemated here. Chloe just crushing the front of Excavator. Excavator has taken control board shots already and has been KO'd in 10 seconds. I thought the axes of Chloe were actually going over the wedge of Excavator, but it was not. So that is a very quick and very destructive KO from Chloe. Three points to Permanganate. Start the match. Another thing to note, Excavator does not have very good armor. It has standard aluminum armor. So, it doesn't take the hits quite as easily as some other robots in the field. Could be part of the reason why it failed there. Who knows? What I do know is we are on to the middleweights. Unexpected efficient murder. Yeah, I was a little surprised that Chloe seemed to just line up perfectly with the wedge of Excavator and was just going in there killing it. Very interesting. Alright, so Permanganate comes into the middleweights with Quasar. It is a kind of another dual, a vertical drum spinner almost, but instead of using spike strips, it uses Bushido swords. It has 2 long spike strips on the front for stability, and can be very fun and very uncontrolled like Siege. Team Sanctuary comes in with RRL. It is a rear hinge flipper with 4 spike strips, very similar to Yeetus from earlier. Can do a lot of damage, as we saw last week with its win over Shock Therapy. Who do we think here? What match number is this? This is match number 14. We only got 2 left after this. Humming right along today. This is what happens when I'm doing this, because I tend to do things a lot faster for no reason. So, RRL, a lot of people going for RRL here. Yeah, I mean, it's all going to depend on if they go head-on or not. If they don't, Quasar's got a chance going to the side of RRL, but if they go head-on, it could be bad. Lawnmower to be put back in the shed. Well, let's see if RRL can put Quasar in the shed. They need head on, and Quasar goes straight up the front of RRL like it's not even there. Although now it's gotten its drum underneath the spike strips of RRL and was grinding at them for a bit. Still is now. This could do a lot of damage to the spike strips and ultimately cripple RRL. There's smoke coming out of, I believe it's Quasar's weapon motor has now come off. Physics got very unhappy there for a second, but nothing really happened, so we're going to let that go. Quasar's now been corralled to the grinder, has now taken control board shots from the flipper. And that is the knockout. 31 seconds. From one quick KO to another. RRL is honestly looking very scary this season. Probably going to be one of the premier flippers in the middleweights. Alright, we are now at an even 3-3 match. But now we move to a very bizarre matchup. This could be interesting. So, Permanganate has Roadman, which is a saw spinner. It has 4 saws on the front of the robot. It's very similar to a Roadblock from Robot Wars. But it has kind of a fork setup in the front and has a lot of saws just to do lots of grinding damage. Sanctuary comes in with the dual vertical spinner Fire Prince. Very similar to Bioshock last year. Just 2-wheel drive, lots of forks in the front. Very stable. Can do a lot of damage. So what are we thinking is going to happen here, chat? Son of Bioshocker, says Razor. Yeah, I mean, Nightmare, who's in the chat, said he based Fire Prince off of Bioshocker, so it kind of is, I guess. Although, Fire Prince got stuck on its kind of fork assembly and stuck upside down and lost last week, whereas Bioshocker never had that happen. So, who knows? A lot of people going for Fire Prince, a couple for Roadman. This could be interesting because Roadman's spike setup isn't actually all that bad, but I think Fire Prince is just going to go right through it. Or there could be some physics problems. We're about to find out. Please, physics gods, give us a good match. Fire Prince goes right in and is attacking the motors for the inner 2 saws. It's already taken one of the saws off, although Roadman has it pinned to the wall. There's another saw that came off. I don't know from what, because it's not where the discs are. Back off to break the pin. They do. Wow. Fire Prince taking a lot of damage, actually, to the chassis on the left side there, but Roadman is now down to only 1 saw remaining. Fire Prince is losing the driving battle in the low ground game right now, but it's definitely doing damage to the front end of Roadman. Oh, and Roadman managed to take off one of Fire Prince's verts. Very impressive. That might have been physics. I don't know. Let me double check that. I'm gonna pause that. Do we think that was a physics problem, chat? Because looking back on it, it didn't look like it was wheel physics pulling it back up and over. It looked like it was getting carried over by physics. What is our thought on that? I feel like that should be a restart. No physics, it drove up the wall. I think that was wheel physics just being driving up the wall. Could be a restart. One restart. Chat seems to mostly be saying not to restart it, so we're going to let it continue. They're at a stalemate at the wall now. Roadman is still under Fire Prince, though. So, spinner torque. No, spinners do not have anywhere near as much torque to do that. Actually, now that I heard the count there, I'm thinking that was Fire Prince trying to escape a count and just drove backwards and up over the wall. So, Roadman is definitely winning the control game right now, just pinning Fire Prince to the wall. And again, Fire Prince has to try to break a count, which it does. Ooh, and it went up the back of Roadman and almost got stuck on the top of it. That was very weird, but now Fire Prince is up and over. It could be very dangerous, though, to Roadman if it stays upside down like this, just hitting the top of it like that. But Roadman is definitely showing a lot of control right now. Oh my god, Fire Prince, you almost ooted yourself driving up the wall. That was dumb. Really cool, but dumb. Don't do that. Roadman, again, shoving Fire Prince around like... Really good wedge on the front of Roadman. Even without the saws there, it can move stuff around a lot. Is it legal to enter a team with a Project Trinity bot? No. Break a pin again, and Roadman goes right back underneath the forks of Fire Prince. So the problem with Fire Prince's forks is they're only on the ground at one point, whereas Roadman's are all the way sliding underneath. So it's just going right in there, like it's not, like Fire Prince doesn't even have a wedge. 30 seconds remaining in this match. We now appear to have a bit of a microwave. Oh boy. What a fascinating match we are having. And now they're kind of forked together like forks stuck in the dishwasher. Ooh! And Fire Prince has finally gotten under Roadman, is getting some good hits to the underside, but it is going to run out of time. That is yet another judge's decision. That was a really fun match. Lots of stalling with pins and everything. Fire Prince almost driving itself out of the arena for some reason. Interesting. Well, that throws a bit of a curveball in the match because they're still tied 3-3, pending that decision. So let's see what the super heavyweights bring us. Judges getting a workout today. Yeah, there have been some interesting... So there have been some really good decisions and some really not fun to watch decisions. So, I have a bad time. I think there was 6 last week, and we're at least in the double digits now. So, right, super heavyweight time, closing this match out. Permanganate has their namesake, Permanganate, in the super heavies. It is an overhead axe robot. Only has one through the center, but it has a lot of ram plates and very defensive features on the robot. Something really designed to stall out for decisions. Sanctuary has Comatose in the super heavies. It is a 6-wheel drive rammer, very similar to Mad Train from earlier. Lots of iron spikes and spike strips on the side. Not very good armor, though, so this could be interesting. Who do we think is going to have the edge here? There were 7 decisions last week. Thank you, Reezer. Hit Permanganate. I mean, it's better than Permanganate or whatever I said the first time. A lot of people going for the axe robot. I'd say it's got a decent shot depending on what Comatose does. So, and Comatose did get a 6-second KO against Rhino. Rhino just killed it right away. So, let's see what happens. This is ultimately going to be the deciding fight of the match. Ooh, and they locked horns right away. Permanganate's going right in at the spike work of Comatose, but Comatose is able to repel it with those side axes, the side strips going right up against the forks on Permanganate. But now Permanganate is going right in at the center spikes. That could be very dangerous because that's where the whole assembly for the spikes on Comatose are at. Taking at least one off already. Ooh, it's taking the whole top right side off as well. Although now Permanganate has lost both of its pickaxes. So now Permanganate is just a control bot up against something with really high speed, although the spike strips kind of acting like forks getting intertwined. Very, very interesting setup here. Those side spikes on Comatose are doing a great job of protecting the wheels from getting hit by those long side spikes from Permanganate. Permanganate's lost one of those side spikes now. Comatose is content with just pushing Permanganate around. Ultimately making sure it doesn't hurt itself too much going around trying to set up rams. Ooh, and now it's underneath Permanganate and is pushing it around very nicely. Some more spikes coming off of the front of Comatose. Definitely has the pushing power over the more defensive robot. Permanganate is almost into the grinder now. Still whacking at Comatose with that. Oh, but the whole axe has come off now. Never mind. Permanganate doing a good job trying to hang on here. Oh, but the whole bottom plates have come off now. Commandos is going to start getting some chassis hits in here in a second. I can already see the front end of Permanganate getting pushed in just from pressing against it. Ooh, big hit there. Under a minute left. Commandos doing a good job of controlling this match so far. Ooh, a huge hit there, and that's the knockout. Massive ram with 47 seconds left. So 120, 30, 133 seconds on the KO. Very impressive win there from Comatose. Really had to draw out and outlast Permanganate's armor there. Lots of damage points scored here, my goodness. Both over 10,000. It's almost 22,000 combined. Right, so Team Sanctuary has at least 6 points, and Permanganate only has 3, so Team Sanctuary has won the match. There's still a pending judge decision for an extra point. So, that was a very fascinating last match there. I'm going to mark that down for possible fight of the week contender. Even though it was kind of slow and drawn out, it was very, very tactical. All right, so we only have 2 fights. We only have 2 matches left, and we are on to match 15, which is between the NYC Pride and the Rotterdam Invaders. This whole match went back and forth and ended with a bang. Yeah, that was a really fun match, actually. I really enjoyed that. Is it legal to enter a team with robots that have stacking components? No. Everything you see here is the most, like, stripped down, like, played as the game was intended kind of rules, rather than the super spammy, high damage output stuff that RA2 has always been. Because that's not fun. It's not fun watching stuff get clapped by the easiest, like, just spamming stuff. Like, yeah, there's still a little bit of that here and there, but it's more about the weapon designs and the robot types rather than just spamming components. So, in the lightweights, the NYC Pride have Bicerabot sporting the bisexual colors. It is a rear hinge flipper with 2 forks out the front. Very interesting kind of a chassis shape on it. The Invaders have Kang, which is yet another side axe, very Warpick style axes from the side. Also one of my favorite looking robots of the season. What are we thinking here? You guys have a really awesome spread of designs this year, major props. Yes, that was the intention. We didn't want it to just be all flippers or all spinners or whatever. We wanted a variety of things to put on fun matches. You know, it's not fun just watching vert after flipper just be the same thing. Like, it's fun seeing what people come up with doing weird designs. Like, Rosewater's a good example. A flipper and a piston poker? It just got a KO today. That was so cool. A lot of people going for Kang here. Kang is invertible, so even if Bicerabot gets it over, it won't matter. But let's see if Bicerabot has anything for the superior weaponry. Kang going right in. Ooh, immediately gets underneath Bicerabot after mistimes his flippers and is going right at the side and the wheels. Doing a lot of damage to the robot already. Ooh, already on control board shots. We're only about 15 seconds in, and that's it. 17-second knockout for Kang. That is somewhat unsurprising, considering the weapon diversity there. Bicerabot is definitely more of a control-y bot rather than a damaging flipper. Either way, 3 points to Rotterdam. And we now move to the middleweights. Ooh, very interesting matchup here. So, in the middleweights, NYC Pride have Panther sporting the pansexual Pride flag. It is a fast AF four-wheel drive rammer, very similar to Sludge from last season. As we know, it sludge-fested last week off of a robot that didn't have a wedge. So, it could very easily just pop up and out. The Invaders have Sleeve 1 exclamation point question mark. It is an asymmetric horizontal spinner, similar to some of the ones we saw earlier, but there's a lot more weaponry on this one. Could be pretty damaging, we'll see. Is Transfusion a pop-up? Yes, it is. It'll do it again, says KJ. I mean, if there, I mean, I was gonna say, like, if there's a robot, like, it doesn't matter if there's a robot in there or not. A sludge fest could happen on anything. Like, Sludge grip rolled over an opponent last season. Like, who knows? Couple people going for Panther here. This could be interesting. I would say Sleeve probably has the weapon durability and power compared to Panther, but Panther also has the speed to just get right in there when it needs to. So let's see how this fight goes. Panther goes head on into the back of Sleeve because of the rotational energy brought it around. Immediately got hit to the back. Panther yet again going straight into the side. Oh, and it almost ramped up and out because of Sleeve's weapon, and now it's parked on the wall and by the grinder, and Sleeve is just going to leave it there. I hear a TK out coming now. Huh. Panther looks to be stuck on the grinder and on the wall. That's unlucky. That is a 31-second TKO for Sleeve. 1. So, Rotterdam has gotten back 2 points. Or they've gained 2 more points, so NYC's already down 5 points. They're going to need 2 KOs to get back into this. They're gonna need it. Maybe Panther shouldn't have left Pink Chaos. I mean, Second Amendment did get a KO today, so, like, for Pink Chaos it's great. For Panther, sizing down isn't really worth it, I guess. So, heavyweight matchup. Pink Chaos, or not Pink Chaos, NYC Pride have Transfusion sporting the trans colors. It is a triple front hinged flipper with 3 spike strips. It is, as God of Ministry was mentioning earlier, it is basically a pop-up. Very competitive robot. But Rotterdam has a Pathfinder, which is also a front hinge flipper. It has 2 swords that come out of it. It also has 2 kind of grinding discs on the top of it to do a little bit of steady damage over time. Very, very weird looking robot, but it could work. Who knows? What if RRL had robots using stock building techniques? Would it still be fun? Yes and no. There's quite a few robots here, as you saw, like from the Jubilife earlier, that are GTM robots, but sized down. But, like, if it's full-on super competitive RA2 stuff, all they're going to do is KO stuff in 5 seconds, and we don't want that. So, like, we had a couple of teams that were, like, stupidly overpowered, were one-tapping every robot in sight. And they didn't get into the league because, like, that wouldn't be fun to watch. So, couple people going for Transfusion, KJ going for Pathfinder. This will be interesting, and depending on Pathfinder's front wedge, because that's going to go right between the wedgelets on Transfusion. So, let's find out what happens. NYC Pride really need a win here. Oh, it goes right over the top of Pathfinder, who's going right in at the underside and the wheels of Transfusion. It's trying to self-right. Pathfinder's not giving it any space. Huge hit to the top of Pathfinder, my goodness. Although Transfusion is now on top of the grinder. Not going to be able to self-right and going to take a lot of damage from that. Pathfinder not letting it get over either. Ooh, somehow Transfusion still has all of its wheels. Not quite able to get to the side of Pathfinder yet, although now it has. It's able to get under it now. Throwing it around a little bit. Doesn't quite have the same power as Pathfinder have, being able to throw stuff. And now Pathfinder's stuck on the wall, and Transfusion's going in for the kill. They know they need the 3 points knockout here to stay in the match. But Pathfinder is now stuck on the grinder. Is Transfusion going to go in for more and risk taking more damage? Pathfinder's slowly getting off, and it broke the TKO count, luckily. But Transfusion's gone right back in under it again. Another hit to the front there. Tosses Pathfinder over and takes a control board hit from the grinder. And that is the KO for Transfusion. 69 seconds. Nice! Very gutsy performance from both robots there. They were really trying to stay in it there for a bit. Like any flipper fight, it was indeed a toss-up. Most importantly, Transfusion fought for those 3 points to stay in the match. Great comeback. Yeah, that was actually really good. I don't know how I'm feeling quite fight of the week material for that one, but that was still a really nice comeback and really gutsy performance from Transfusion. I'll note it down for fight of the week anyway, just in case, because we've had quite a few good fights so far. What other stuff did I get? I need to look through the results to have more highlight-worthy stuff down. 6-2, 6-3. Nightville match win, okay. Alright, so, super heavyweight time. The NYC Pride have Friendly Fire sporting the NB colors. It is a dual vertical spinner, 4-wheel drive, has lots of protection and wedging ability in the front, but it has very exposed wheels. Rotterdam has a very fascinating robot. It is Boolean. It is a piston flipper, but instead of going straight up like a lot of the other ones, it goes kind of up at an angle with ramp plates. Very large, lots of defensive work around it. This could be a really interesting matchup. Couple people going for Boolean. Boolean ring out. Very bold, KJ. I could actually see that happen with how top-heavy Friendly Fire is. It could flip over very easily and get out of the ring, so... And it'd be really cool if another piston, because Event Horizon got Uda earlier in the stream, could get another one here. Let's find out. I saw a super chat pop up. I'll get to that in just a minute. Ooh, interesting. On the first collision, Boolean managed to flip over and immediately lost one of the drive motors at the back that's exposed. And now Friendly Fire is just taking advantage of that and going right at it. It has now self-righted Boolean, who is going right up the wedge of Friendly Fire. One of the ram plates has come off of the pistons. Although Friendly Fire is starting to take some damage to its motors. One of the motors has come off now. And so has another ram plate from Boolean. Very close back and forth matchup here. Two really duking it out, trying to get the win here to get the match. Can't really tell if Friendly Fire is doing any damage there. Getting close though. Ooh, went right up the wedge of Boolean that time. Although now it's under it. Removed one of the wedgelets off of Boolean. Boolean's still firing those pistons, trying to get Friendly Fire off. It's on down to just one ram plate left. Boolean's taken a lot of damage, but it's really been controlling the match. And now it's got Friendly Fire up, but all of the ram plates are off of the pistons, so now Boolean is just a wedge. Looks like physics is starting to get a little unhappy with things, but no matter, we're still going halfway through the fight now. Looks like there could be a pin here, although they've moved pretty easily. Those big wheels on Friendly Fire help it move around while it's still on the floor. It's a bit of a stalemate now that Boolean has lost its weaponry. Really start to see the damage that... Ooh, that was physics. That was physics. Friendly Fire would not have flipped over if that happened. So we're going to have to restart. So, anyway, that super chat that I saw, it's from Tamabris. £5 super chat. Going to the Walls Coach tomorrow for a week, so we'll be missing week 3 as a deluge in darts, beers, steam trains, and scenery. Top job on your own. Thank you very much, Tamarbes, for supporting the channel and everything. I hope your week goes really well on your vacation as well. Doing the best I can, just soloing. Very much appreciate you hanging out here every week with us. Right, attempt number 2. This time Boolean stays upright and Friendly Fire is the one who kind of gets pushed away. Although Friendly Fire is still able to get under it pretty easily. The center ram plate is yet again off of Boolean. It is doing damage to those motors of Friendly Fire, taking one of them off already. Although Friendly Fire has taken another ram plate off. Very even match here. Ooh, very nearly got Friendly Fire up and out there. So a very back and forth matchup yet again. As long as they stay away from that spot on the floor, I think we should be okay. I'm not sure that was restart either. No, Friendly Fire was flipped over by physics. It jumped up in the air, and that wouldn't have been caused by the collision or from Boolean, I don't think. Ooh, like that. Because... Okay, I'm going to have to ask again with this one, but because that led to Friendly Fire getting thrown into the grinder, I believe that should also be a restart. Because that allowed Boolean to slide right underneath and put it into the grinder. What do you think, chat? I think that should be one as well. Havoc Engine's got to be one of the worst tempers in all of physics engines. Yeah, and it doesn't help that this game isn't finished either. Like, anytime we see a game that uses the Havoc Physics engine, we go, oh god. Oh no. Razor says restart. I think that should be a restart. Because it ultimately lent Friendly Fire to get damaged that wouldn't have happened if that glitch didn't happen. That looked like normal wheel physics. No, that wouldn't have thrown Friendly Fire up in the air. Like, it did a full flip in the air because of that. And Friendly Fire's wheels don't touch the back because of the spikes. Huh. Okay, so you thought so too, Mike. That's what I thought too, so we'll give that another go to be fully conclusive. Because we're trying not to make judgment calls with all the official stats. Like, we want something that is clear-cut, this is what happened. So that was also physics, but they reset nicely. So Boolean is still pushing Friendly Fire around, has gotten it up in the air, and Friendly Fire is up and over because of the saws and the blades. So both super heavyweight piston flippers have gotten UDAs today. That is awesome. I believe that is a 12-second ring out. Wow. Unlucky for Friendly Fire with physics, but that's how it goes sometimes. So, Rotterdam has won the match 7-3 over the NYC Pride. Valiant effort from Transfusion, but it did not win that in the end. It pulled a siege. Yes, it pulled a siege. Friendly Fire pulled itself out of the arena. Happens to the best of them. Very interesting. So, we are on to our final match of the stream. It's what you've been waiting for all day, Razor259. It is your team, the Perth Hellrazers. Fresh out of Hell or Doom, I'm not sure which. Fortunately, they're going to be taking on the C4 Circus. Oh boy. Pride team failing to win during Pride Month. The irony, right? Very unlucky. It's a good showing, though. Maybe they're the new Pink Chaos. I don't know. Alright, so the Hellrazers enter the middleweights. The Hellrazers enter the lightweights with Stone Imp. It is a vertical spinner with 4 razor tips on the edge. Its front fork assembly kind of pops in the air, a little bit similar to Backlash from BattleBots. Very interesting looking. The Circus comes in with Clown Car, which is a 4-wheel drive rammer that is... It looks like a stick of butter, to be honest. Rolls very nicely, too, so... What are we thinking here? Oh, Good Core is still here for her team. Honk, lots of honks in the chat. What happened to the game window? Is something wrong with the game window? It looks fine to me. Ah! Curse you, webcam. Why has the webcam decided to spite me now? It's fine. It's great. Everything's fine. Stream misaligned. I don't know when that happened because it was running fine earlier, I thought. Might be because of... I think the webcam is actually, like, pulling my motion, so it's actually, like, making it bigger. I don't know. There's a gray bar. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean now. Everything but the webcam has moved to the left. You know what, before we get into this last match... actually, no, we're at the last thing. Yeah, game window slid to the left. I'm gonna have to tab out to fix that. At least I think so. I don't know how to get it to line up right. So when I look at the stream over to my right, I can see like the outline of where the stream is, and I saw it move over to the left, but I didn't really have a way to... Yeah. You know what, it's fine. We're at the end of the stream. Only have one match left, so... we can just get it out of the way. Luckily, it's not a massive amount, so... I think the game needs to be open to move the game window. How do I move it without tabbing out, though? I don't know. Yeah, I have to tap. Okay, that's what I thought. Alright, we're just going to run this last one with the stream a little bit fine, because you can still mostly see the fight. So, anyway, Stone Imp versus Clown Car. Let's get into it. That was the wrong button. That's also the wrong button. How did I mess this up? Either way, Stone Imp is going right in at Clown Car. Taking it to it already. I don't know how I managed to hit the wrong button there. I can't get it to be the same. Clown Car's doing a good job of repelling Stone Imp at the moment. Still up, and there goes the ramp plate on the Clown Car. So Stone Imp is definitely doing some damage. F3 plus F4. Thank you, Mike. Right front wheel is now off of Clown Car. Still doing a good job repelling the weaponry of Stone Imp right now. Although it's now in the corner and against the grinder. And that is the KO. 56 seconds. I'm a little confused why the camera did that to me. Because I've been just pressing F3 like the entire time. And it's been pulling up that camera like it's nothing. So, really weird. Yes. Not a stream without technical problem. I don't know why it's happening now, but it is. So, anyway, that is 3 points to the Hellrazers. On to the middleweights now. So, the middleweights, the Hellrazers come in with Marauder, which is a horizontal spinner, but because of how it kind of sits in the arena, it's a bit of an angled spinner. Fresh off of a 6 second ring out last week. Totally wasn't because of a Sledge Fest at all. The Circus has Noise Bomb, which is a combination rear hinge flipper and front hinge flipper. It can do a lot of damage really quickly if it can get under stuff, but we'll see if physics can behave because Marauder has an exposed motor. Seems kinda split here. Seems about right, though. Let's see if Circus can get some points back. There we go. Now it works fine. Great. Noise Bomb goes right in at Marauder, immediately takes a big hit, throws Marauder way in the air. Already took off some of the weapon guard on Marauder, although now it's caught in the grinder and Marauder, although Marauder's now swapped positions with it. It is getting... Oh, it's lost its left side wheel. Noise Bomb is just content to let it be, apparently. Ooh, Marauder got very lucky not losing its last wheel there. Noise Bomb coming in again with a huge hit. Now Marauder's lost its other wheel. And Physics has thrown it out of the arena. That is a restart. That is a restart. That is a restart. Unfortunate. Let's see it again. Noise Bomb coming in hard again, going right at the weapon guard of Marauder. And pinning it to the wall now. Ooh, huge hit to the underside there. And it has thrown Marauder on the top of the wall, didn't quite get it over. And now the weapon has come off of Marauder. Noise Bomb was able to go right through those motor guards and take it off. Ooh, there goes one of the motor guards itself. One of the swords on Noise Bomb has come off and has now moved Marauder over to the grinder. Control board hits now. Noise Bomb is definitely in control now. Ooh, another big control board hit. Well, the Marauder's still going, and it's now... Noise Bomb now has a Marauder hat. Luckily no pin or TKO count. Noise Bomb just drove straight into the grinder. Okay. Interesting strat. Didn't know you were a masochist. Marauder's still doing a good job defensively driving away. Oh, but Noise Bomb's having none of it. 67-second KO for the Noise Bomb. So the Circus has reacquired their 3 points. It is now tied 3-3 as we head to the heavyweights. The spinner's just hung on the wall like a coat hanger. Tribars tend to do that, actually. Ha. Alright. Time for the heavyweights. So, the Hellrazers have Revenant in the heavyweights. It is a dual overhead axe kind of pick style with some long claws to kind of corral its opponents and everything. Very topical as well because the band that I'm repping has an album called Revenant, so kind of hoping it does well in this match. The C4 Circus has Random Axe of Violence, which is both... It has 4 side axes going inwards and also has a saw blade in the center. Very interesting, unique weapon type here. What do we think is going to happen? A lot of weapon power in this one as well. Would Future Demon win this tournament? I have no idea what that robot is. Never seen it. Ah, Speed King, thank you for joining us for this match. You were unfortunately right at the end of the stream, but I'm glad you were able to make it anyway. Quite a few people going for Random Acts of Violence. And Cora is acting impartial. That is fine. We will see what happens. This could be very violent. Ooh. Random Acts of Violence was able to pop underneath Revenant there. Taking some big hits to the right side claw, and it has taken it off now. Both claws are now off. Revenant is just swinging wildly, hoping to get some hits on the top of Random Acts, which it is now. It's already taken one of the axes off. Both of the top axes are now off of Random Acts of Violence. Getting very close to getting one of those wheels now. Very destructive matchup so far, although I think Revenant might be stuck on some debris. It's gotten free now. Big hit to the right side of Random Acts of Violence, but is now in control board hits. One more. And that is the knockout. 37 seconds. That was actually kind of close. I was expecting Random Acts of Violence to be a little bit more, like, to actually KO'd a lot faster, but Revenant really hung in there. But that is yet another 3 points, so the Circus can no longer lose this match, but there's a chance that the Hellrazers can force a tie. It's going to be a hell of a tall order to do so, though. Alright. Brutal. Yeah, that was a brutal... Random Acts of Violence is a very brutal robot, how much it hits. So, final fight of the stream. The Hellrazers come in with Baron of Hell. It is a 6-wheel drive robot. It technically has a rear hinge flipper, but it's basically Gladiator from BattleBots. It is just really fast, really aggressive, and one of my favorite aesthetics of the entire season. The C4 Circus comes in with Freak Show, yet another unique weapon combination. It is a vertical spinning drill on a piston that shoots outwards. Very defensive looking, very defensive features on the side and everything, very good drive power. Very interesting matchup here. Two robots that just go head on and everything. Not looking good, says Razor. Yeah, the Circus is a pretty good team, honestly. They have some robots that hit really hard and some that are really hard to beat. But likewise, the Hellrazers themselves are pretty good. See a couple for Freak Show. We'll see how this goes. If Baron of Hell can get a KO here and tie the match, that would be pretty cool. Right. Let's get this final fight of the stream going. They be right in the middle, and Baron of Hell skips right over Freak Show because of those long forks on it. And Freak Show is now going right in with the drill, poking right at Baron's face. One of the spikes on the front of Baron of Hell has already come off. Freak Show doing a great job of just repelling Baron, just keeping it back. Getting it towards the grinder now. Ooh, and it's gotten it kind of up in the air now. Really poking away and drilling away at the underside of Baron of Hell. Gonna be a TKO in second here. Up. Oh no, Baron of Hell is stuck on some debris. And I don't know if it'll be able to break the TKO count because it's stuck on debris. It didn't. That is a TKO. Baron of Hell was propped off the ground and was stuck on debris. So that is a legitimate TKO. I believe that was 43 seconds. Yes. Huh. That is very unfortunate. Because I think that only one or two components came off in that entire match, and they were off Baron of Hell, and it got high centered on it. Very unlucky. Although that is an 8-3 victory for the Circus over the Hellrazers. And that is also the end of the week. So, once again, final thank you to our patron sponsors. Thank you so much for everything you do for us, sponsoring, literally letting us do what we do here. And especially thank you for hanging out in the chat this whole time. Really cool seeing you guys here, and I absolutely love the support. So that is week 2 of the Robot Rampage League. We had some really interesting fights, had a lot of judges' decisions, probably 10 or 11 or so, so we'll get those decisions to you over the next week or so. Very interesting week so far. We had a couple of shutouts. We might have our first ever cycle in the league where we have the team wins by all 4 of the criteria: judge's decision, KO, TKO, and ring out. So very, very interesting indeed. So thank you all for stopping by and watching the stream. It's been very interesting trying to do this myself. I tried to do what I could, so thank you so much. You can follow us on Twitter at RRL Official. We'll post all of the stream results, all of the standings, all the decisions on there. Really keep up with what we're doing. You can follow us in the Discord, the MS2 Discord. We have all sorts of channels to talk about the RRL League, vague discussions, the build channel, all the new builds that are being done. We have a social media feed channel where we basically put social media posts as the team owners and everything that's going on. Very fun. And what was that? Sleeve 1 was a TKO, not a KO. I got it. Hang on. I believe I gave it 2 points anyway, so yes, I gave Sleeve 2 points. Thank you, Voya, for checking. Anyway, thank you so much for watching today's stream. We will see you next week for week 3, and I will leave you with our week 3 schedule. Take care.